Begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to please stand, join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, today's invocation. Just one moment. We're going to find a couple council members who I know are just outside the door, and then we'll be on with our regular programming. Councilmember Cohen, could I ask you just perhaps to poke your head out and ask a few folks to join us? Because that would be helpful. Thank you. It's good to send in the heavy. Excellent. Nice work, Councilmember Cohen. All right. So, it's tough here. It's tough. Today's invocation was provided by Pastor Bill McCorkadale, chaplain for the United Veterans Council of Santa Clara County. Good to have you with us, Pastor. Councilmember Esparza will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. These past few weeks, especially the past few days, have been extremely challenging ones for the members of our armed forces and our veterans. And whatever our views on the U.S. involvement in Afghanistan, I think we can agree that this has been a tragedy, especially the senseless and horrific attack that took the lives of over 100 people, including 13 of those from the U.S. Armed Forces. For those that have served, this is a challenging time. It can bring up a complex mix of emotions. And as a citizen of a grateful country, it is our responsibility to reach out and help our veterans, especially during these trying times. Pastor Bill McCorkadale is no stranger to looking after our veterans. He is a U.S. Navy Vietnam veteran himself who served from 1968 to 1974. Pastor Bill serves as the chaplain for the United Veterans Council, the Veteran Supportive Services Agency, American Legion Post 858, and the Vietnam Veterans of America. He plays an integral role in supporting veterans in our community, offering his calm spiritual guidance, and ensuring that our veterans receive the support and services that they need and deserve. Pastor Bill has lived in San Jose since 1969 and has been married to his wife, Chris, for 46 years, and they have 2 children and 6 grandchildren. Before I hand it over to Pastor Bill, I just wanted to read the names of the 13 service members who died in the attack. Sergeant Yohani Rosario Pichado, age 25. Sergeant Nicole Lee, 23 years old. Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, age 31. Corporal Hunter Lopez, age 22. Corporal Dagan Page, age 23. Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, age 22. Lance Corporal David L. Espinosa, age 20. Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, age 20. Lance Corporal Riley J. McCullum, age 20. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, age 20. Lance Corporal Kareem Nikui, age 20. Navy Corpsman Maxton Soviak, age 20. And Staff Sergeant Ryan Naus, age 23. Thank you. Pastor Bill?
Thank you. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for inviting me today to bring the invocation for this meeting. So let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we humble ourselves before you and give thanks for your love, for your grace, and for your kindness to us, your people. We give you thanks for our country, these United States of America, which you brought forth by guarding our forefathers and bringing forth our nation so many, many years ago. We thank you that we can gather today as a free people who have been given the gift, the precious gift of democracy. We want to thank you for this wonderful city of San Jose that we live in, and for all those who serve faithfully to govern our city and to keep it safe. I pray, Lord, for each one gathered here in these chambers to conduct the serious business before them. You know the enormous burdens of leadership that they carry 24 hours a day. We thank you for them and for the sacrifices they make to serve our city. Lord, You know we live in trying times, and you know they need your wisdom to navigate the issues that face them each and every day. Things like homelessness, hunger, crime, this drought, the safety of our citizens due to COVID-19 and the new prevalent Delta variant, and the pressures of bringing the city back from this awful pandemic. These are huge tasks, Lord, very huge, with significant challenges. So, Lord, please grant them the wisdom, the strength, and the courage they need each and every day. Guide them, Lord. They need your help. We pray for our citizens, our police officers, our firefighters, our medical workers, and those who are on the front line every day safeguarding our city, our country, our state, and our nation. Lord, we humbly pray and ask for your intervention for the families of our servicemen and women and innocent civilians who were killed and wounded in the recent suicide bombing attacks in Afghanistan. Lord, our hearts are broken once again to see flag-draped coffins of these young American heroes. Thank you for their courage. Please strengthen their families during these difficult days. May we never forget their sacrifice. We pray that you will give wisdom to the President and other civilian and military leaders as they make critical decisions during these very perilous and dangerous times. We pray for all those who are fleeing their homes and the terror they are facing. Please grant them safety and security from the threats of violence. We thank you, Lord, that we live in a nation where we can freely call upon you and seek your wisdom and your guidance. Thank you that you hear us when we call out to you. Bless those who serve and govern our city. May they always look to you and trust you to guide them. Lord, I ask these things in your holy name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you for your work. All right, we have two ceremonial items this afternoon. First, Councilman Arenas will join me at the podium. We're going to recognize and commend the PRNS placemaking team, and I think I can spot them here. Come on down. This is Viva Parks and all our placemakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And as folks are coming down, I'm going to get started. Just come on closer, as comfortable as you want. You know, this is your space. So if you are seeing us online, you're seeing a lot of our staff, a lot of our employees from our Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Services Department. And today, I'm just really honored to recognize this placemaking team. They conducted over 51 Viva Parks. And for our audience at home, that means that they had some very wonderful recreation and activities for our children and families. And I want to take just a moment to talk about what Viva Parks actually means. And it's no coincidence that Viva means life. And I thought about who they are in our community, and really they give life to relationships. And they are that lifeline for all of us. So when there's issues that happen in the neighborhood, those people come to all these folks who are in back of me. In their job description, it didn't say relationship builder, but that's who they are. And they're providing experiences for our children and our families that we just didn't see last year and that we were really wanting to see this year. So I want to commend them for all of what they had to do to get ready for 51 different park activations. And if you've ever planned a children's birthday party, imagine that times 51 in 2 months. So that's a lot of work. And I know that what they wanted to achieve through a lot of this Viva Parks is to provide vibrancy to neighborhoods and provide really positive opportunities where just hundreds of residents, all ages, came together. And we are beginning to socialize with one another. And who best to do this transition back into society than our Parks and Recreation Neighborhood Services. Most of the folks behind me are recreation leaders, but I say they're relationship leaders. And I appreciate and I want to thank them for all that they do. They're the ones out there in the community, and they bring back with them the confidence and trust that those residents have placed in them through a lot of work and follow-up. And so I won't go over all of the range of activities, but just know that there was rock climbing and obstacle courses and mess-free painting. I don't know how that happens. Ask any parent. Mess and painting are always together, but they managed to even do that. So they're just achieving miracles here, as well as including live music. And many of these events happen in some of our most vulnerable communities. And so I just want to also thank them for doing that. They did it within safeguards that have been established by our county. And it was just really a success. And they've preserved this celebration of Aviva Parks that we've come to get used to during the summer, starting this year. And so thank you so much for creating some of those most beautiful memories that people will have coming back into our community, into our wonderful, beautiful parks. So I'm going to just read some names. And Mayor, not sure who you will provide this commendation, but they can self-appoint. If you could just raise your hand when I read your name. It's Justin Imamura, Ken Johnson, Kenny, Anthony Morales, Jordan Gomez, Jonathan Bisquera, Laquisa Torres, Elizabeth Jimenez, Daniel Gonzalez, Nolan Best, Jairo Ramirez, Mitchell McMahon, thank you, Erais Lopez, Cristina Mena, Ayaril Torres, Raul Ramirez, and 5 Atulava, as well as Maria de Leon and John Cicerelli. And I've got to share that many of these folks we served together in Parks and Rec at one point more than 20 years ago. It won't be exact in terms of dates, but I love that they continue to serve our public in a very difficult position, especially during the pandemic. So thank you for doing all the really great work and for continuing to give life to our parks and to our community. So big round of applause for all of them, please. Thank you. How do we do this? How do we do this? Picture. Oh, this is a Parks and Rec pose. There we go. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Why was
we had to bring out the heat today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Que viva!
And if you're with the aquatics team, hang out here, because we've got another commendation coming. Is that right? We're all amphibious here. That's good. Okay. So Councilmember Esparza is going to present a commendation for our aquatics team. The landlubbers go up there. Okay, here we go.
All righty. So today, you'll notice there's a theme. So I'm honored to present a commendation today to the PRNS Aquatics team. Thanks to their commitment and hard work, thousands of kids in our communities were able to enjoy free recreational swim and swim lessons at our city's pools this summer. I just want to share some of the amazing results that we had as part of this effort, which, might I add, folks had to move very quickly to make this happen. That's a big understatement. We had 591 swim lessons at our pools. with participants ages 5 to 70. And we had 1,029 kids swim at Ryland Pool, 1,359 kids at Camden Pool, 1,618 kids at Mayfair Pool, and a whopping 2,640 kids enjoy swimming at Fair Swim Center, for a grand total of 6,646 participants in our rec swim program, which is huge, particularly during COVID. So I'd like to especially thank Maria de Leon and Andrea Flores Shelton for their incredible leadership. And I'd like to thank Alvaro Celaya, Nicole Advillar, John Nguyen, and Justin Imamura for their amazing work in making sure that kids in some of our neediest, most underserved communities had a fun safe place to go this summer. This past year has been an incredibly difficult time for our kids and our families. And thanks to PRNS through Viva Parks and thanks to the PRNS Aquatics team, our kids, our families were able to go out. They were able to have this recreation and be safe. And finally, I don't know, I hope this works. I just wanted to share a quick video before we take the group shot. I think it's set up, but it's pretty cool, so I wanted to share it. Next year we'll get the city council jumping in the pools. I'm just saying. All right, we'll do a quick photo.
Thank you to the mayor and council members for this. I do want to say one thing for the record. If you want to see this team's excellent work, September 19th, Viva Calle San Jose, we're bringing it back. Get out there with your families. Sunday, September 19th. Get out there, closing the streets, showing people what San Jose is really about.
All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? All right, I see no hands. Virtually, that is. So I'm going to move on then to the closed session report. Nora.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
All right. Thank you, Nora. Next up is the consent calendar. There are items that any council member would like to pull from consent.
Mayor, just a question. I was interested in pulling 10.1, but it's from the land use consent item. Curious if that needs to be done now? Or?
No, we can jump forward to that in just the next item. If there are no items to pull, we'll go right to public comment.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. Thank you. Tessa Woodmansey. Well, the consent calendar had land use issues on it, and we've had that in many consent calendars. And just as a comment, I was at the county meeting. They read the whole consent calendar. It's very important so that you expose it. That's for the whole, for the community, that you read it. So we have at least an understanding of what is on it. And that is really needs to be put into our policy. But in getting back to my comment on land use, we need to change urban land use to protect human health and well-being. We need eat, grow, learn centers all throughout our city, that we need to be growing food and learning how to do that and learning how to live without fossil fuels. This is what we need to be doing. This is what we all need to be talking about because it's our climate crisis. And when you're in a crisis, that's all you talk about. And we know that we are in a crisis. We're seeing it every day. We're seeing it now. And so, in terms of our fires and our floods and our hurricanes. So right now, we're needing to create zero carbon jobs that deal with growing food. And in addition, the other issue about land use that's very critical in terms of our science and to listen to the science in regards to our climate crisis is we need to degrow. Degrowing is what we have to start doing. That's how we have to become getting away from money. Actually, that is the goal. That in terms of what the science says we need to do, it is not driving, not flying, and no movement of goods. So this is the change in land use, that we have to have everything hyper local. And the degrowing is also about learning to deal with our basic needs locally, food, clothing, and shelter that we find hyper locally here, and learning to all about money was fossil fuels. So we need to learn to grow food and
Paul Soto.
Uh, Good afternoon, Council. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would like to extend this. I'm going to bring my remarks back to land use, but I would like to give my acknowledgement to Viva Parks. There's one Chicana, beautiful, beautiful Chicana there that I engage every single time that I see her. I thank her for what it is that Viva Parks does within the context of our city parks. I thank them for what they're doing, how they're doing it, the success in which they have done it. And I have also used it as a means by which to educate the next generation of Chicanos in the city about land use. Specifically, when they were at Cesar Chavez Park. Cesar Chavez Park is the area where the first California state legislature building was, where Peter Burnett, January 6th, 1851, stated, and I quote, that the war of extermination against the Indian is without a doubt to be expected, although it is with great regret, it is beyond the will of man to avert, end quote. This is important with respect to land use because Councilman Perales mockingly stated when the building was going to go up right there across the street from Original Joe's, stated, yeah, this is going to happen. Yeah, I respect what Mr. Soto's saying. And yeah, there's some legitimacy, and I agree that there should be a conversation, but we're going to build and we're going to continue to build, regardless of what it is that he has to say. Now, he didn't say what he has to say in it, but the gist of his position was very, very clear. The Councilman Perales has made sure that every single land use with respect to the beheadings of Native Americans in this city, that he would build upon that and never, ever acknowledge it.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. To speak to the biannual review of the auditing department, an incredible thank you once again for the auditing department trying to line up with good San Jose city government equity and reimagine projects since and possibly before the George Floyd protests. This is the work that is why Oakland and San Jose may be helping lead the way towards a good equity and reimagined future for the Bay Area. To speak to the VIBA Commission, this may be a police and fire retirement board But I hope I can offer a good reminder for this fall that we need to better understand and practice the ideas of reimagine and learn how to begin to better separate from some of our previous decades of police practices and its language. About the mayor's trip to Washington to meet with President Biden, there are, ghost gun issues that we're working on here in the Bay Area. We're starting to address the ghost gun industry that sells arms to war profiteers in other countries as part of that whole, private army effort. Maybe that can be a way to address the ghost gun issue. They are large corporations that we can investigate, which is interesting. To conclude, some of my words at TE committee yesterday were not with the intention to criticize San Jose city government and community advocacy about really interesting ideas how San Jose and the local level can address PCIA issues in asking PG&E to leave their community and renewable energy and to lower their community and renewable energy rates for all of Northern California in the future. The point of my words yesterday was only to make clear that the SJCE is currently locked into state and federal funding plans into 2023 that can leave ourselves compromised and vulnerable towards better energy practices.
Caller 5140.
Audit. There's a lot of things I'd like to see you guys audit. I can't imagine what fuzzy math that you use for all these things. You need to audit all the pay and benefits and brand new holidays that get created. That's what needs to be audited. Hey, you know what needs to be audited? I want to know where all the pot tax goes, all the pot fees go. Good old San Jose PD. Their new name, San Jose Pot Dealers. They're not a police department. They're a PR department. They need to be audited. Where's all that money go? It can't go into a bank. That would be federally illegal. There's no banking system that would allow that money. Where is all that cash hidden? I couldn't imagine. You guys must have a room where you throw it in the air and pretend it's. I can just imagine how you count it and mock everybody and laugh and giggle about the money that you guys get to keep in a safe somewhere down there. Who audits that? The police chief? Ooh, can you trust him? I don't know. I'd like to have anybody down there right now tell the listeners and the people in that city hall council meeting where the pot tax money and fees go. Does anybody know? Who's brave enough to answer the question? Nobody, because you're too smug, you're too snooty, you're too good for everybody down there, you city council people and the mayor. You're too busy frolicking around in parades. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, back to council. Is there a motion on consent?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 10.1, we will poll, that's the land use consent item. Specifically 10.1B, I believe. Councilmember Jimenez, did you want to be heard on this item?
Yeah, thank you. We pulled this item just simply because there's a memo out. Hopefully you guys had a chance to read it. I know it was sort of buried in the agenda. It's related to the initiating conforming rezoning to align the zoning ordinance general plan as it relates to some of the work tied to SB 1333. And so there were two recommendations in the memo that we put out, and I'm not sure if there's any planning staff available. Just curious to get your take on it. But one was that this seems to be the first sort of set of alignments that are going to be taking place. And so given that I represent District 2 and I know there's some some stuff happening, obviously always in Coyote Valley. We know is that many properties in Coyote Valley have residential zoning, which doesn't necessarily conform with the general plan, especially in mid and south. And so curious what staff thought about our recommendation in 1 as it relates to bringing forward some of those alignments as it relates to mid and south Coyote Valley forward earlier rather than later.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, joined by Jared Hart and Justin Daniels, who are really the brains behind this operation. So with regards to your first recommendation related to Coyote Valley, our plan is to currently bring the rezonings with the general plan amendments as part of the 4-year update later this year. So we're targeting sort of mid to late October at Planning Commission. That'll then follow on to City Council.
And when that general plan update, all that work comes forward, so that'll essentially, when you bring those next set of alignments, I mean, there's going to be more to come, right? That isn't going to be the final. And so do you expect that any alignments as it relates to mid and south Coyote Valley are going to be tied to the October presentation of alignments, or is that my?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh,
yes.
okay, wonderful. So thank you for that. The second item on my memo is just simply to direct staff to enhance the transparency in SB 1333. I think we might have misstated it on the memo. But essentially, what it seems, and I think this was in the memo, that it talked about the decrease in residential capacity by about 5,142. And so what I'm curious about is, because I know that SB 330 does allow some actions like down zoning, but you need to upzone other places and such. And I'm curious about if you can speak to sort of that trade-off and specifically how that Senate bill interacts with our interest in obviously increasing housing and sort of with what's stated in the memo on the decrease of residential capacity. Just curious if you can just add some clarity to some of that.
Sure, happy to do that. Jared Hart, Division Manager for Citywide Planning and PBCE. Right, so the Housing Accountability Act, also SB 330, which actually made amendments to that act, requires any down zonings to be offset by up zoning. So any action the City Council would take to change the zoning of a property where residential uses are allowed by that zoning district, the city must offset that with an upzoning. The city's going through staff's going through a larger process under the Senate Bill 1333, which requires all cities, including charter cities, to align their general plan and zoning ordinance. So this is ongoing work where the city for decades, as we've approved successive general plans, we've not been aligning our zoning in general plan. This is because the San Jose is a charter city, and we have not been required to do so in the past. Now that changed with SB 1333. So there's a large body of work to kind of get all the thousands of properties rezoned to align with the general plan. SB 330, because of the requirements with pairing up zonings and down zonings, make that work particularly tricky. So staff worked with state legislators and were able to pass Senate Bill 940 last year. Now, SB 940 allows the city some flexibility with SB 330, where the city can take up zonings and then use that kind of, I would say, banked capacity to then subsequently bring down zonings to council in order to align our general plan and zoning ordinance. Without SB 940, up zonings and down zonings would have to be paired during the same hearings, which would make this larger body of work particularly difficult. So that's, as we bring forward this item today, there's been previous up zonings, which we've I would say, we've put in our bank, and now we're bringing down zonings to align the general plan and zoning today using that kind of created capacity from previous upzonings.
Okay, all right. I appreciate, as you're talking, and I remember just going through this item with my staff, it's very convoluted and trying to figure out which Senate bill is doing what, and so we'll take more questions offline. But as it relates to item number one, the next set of sort of city-initiated conforming rezonings, do you feel comfortable approving this, given that in October it's going to come, and that's when the second sort of batch would naturally come anyway? So it seems to be in alignment with what's going to naturally happen, or do you see an issue with? And I assume you had a chance to review the memo that my office put out, but do you see an issue with accepting number one?
Yeah, I think Chris mentioned, yes, yeah, we're already planning on doing this work in terms of aligning the zoning and general plan in Mid and South Coyote Valley through the general plan 4-year review process,
Okay.
which will be
All right. Well, just to make things clearer, then I'll just I'm not going to make a motion to accept the memo, given that it's going to naturally happen anyways, and so we'll take questions as it relates to number two offline. But
and if I could
yes,
add,
please.
so just one other item on the second recommendation, staff will look at ways to as well to kind of improve as we continue to bring forward conforming rezonings under the SB 1333 work. We'll look at ways to improve the clarity around the kind of upzonings and downzonings in those council memos.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciated the intention of the memo. Just to understand a little better, whatever we vote on in October with regard to the general plan review will essentially automatically conform zoning and general plan everywhere in Coyote. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
As part of the larger package of policy items, staff will be recommending aligning the zoning in North, Mid, and South Coyote Valley.
Okay, great. And then there was one item in the background of Councilmember Jimenez's memo that was intriguing to me. How much residential capacity did we assign to Midi High School? And do they know that we did that?
Yeah, I think that our assignment of units, it's kind of, it's didn't impact their project. We have to look at, SB 330 doesn't distinguish with what's actually on the ground, and whether, housing may or may not get built depending on what the existing land use is. What we have to do under that bill is look at, does that zoning district allow residential? And then if so, what would that constitute in terms of the number of units that could be constructed given the particular zoning district? In this case, with MIDI, it was being rezoned to public, quasi-public, which allows permanent supportive housing.
Oh.
So we have to look
something
at
in the
that.
parking lot. They could. Okay.
Right, and that's how that was calculated.
I got it. Okay, that's helpful. I feel like I have a conflict of interest since I went to a rival school. But all right. Any other questions?
I just move to accept the land use consent item.
Okay. As a motion and second, let's go to the public now for comment.
Paul Soto.
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. He stated specifically, we don't know what's going on the ground. Okay, so I would suggest whoever stated that, you get familiarized with that. I want data on that. I want data on exactly what is going on the ground. I would suggest that that is something that would be relevant to the conversation that we're having here in order to assess whether or not this is a viable amendment to whatever legislation you have in mind, that it would be relevant to that point. That's number one. Number two is that all of these policies that you're passing with respect to land use is still being passed without taking into account redlining policies. Redlining means 1938, a map was stated on the city of San Jose. It was placed as a template. And we will give only certain areas parks. We'll only give certain areas roads. I got pictures of my father sitting in the middle of a dirt road in Sasipuedes. That should be embarrassing. That should be embarrassing to Councilwoman Carrasco, yet I hear nothing from her. She dogged her people with respect to Quetzal. Not one resident gets placement in Quetzal. Yet when it came up as a policy issue, she remained silent. You dogged your people, Carrasco. You dogged the Chicanos, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
This is not the topic of this item. We're going to terminate if you're not staying on the item in which we're actually voting. Next person, thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Yes, hi. Yes, Tessa Woodmansee, land use consent calendar. I mean, what we're talking about is our land use, and that is the crux of how our communities are developed. And when we have land use that is, that you have essentially the power to take our lands, just like what has happened to our indigenous people.
Ms. Woodmansee, again, this is not the topic of the consent calendar item or items.
Mark Landgraf.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. Mark Landgraf, Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. I just would like to, on behalf of the Open Space Authority, underscore and support the first recommendation in Councilmember Jimenez's memo. I understand there may not be a motion to that effect, but still, as we all know, ensuring that these properties are zoned for agriculture and open space will help ensure protection of Coyote Valley's natural infrastructure, which I think we all know is vital to the long-term resilience of climate resilience of San Jose, its nearby communities, and the region. And Coyote Valley represents such a unique combination of resources, including natural floodplain, wildlife habitat, productive agricultural lands, along with the potential for lots of equitable public access, all of which needs to be preserved for future generations. And so together with the policy actions of other jurisdictions, like the county's proposed climate change overlay zone they're currently working on for mid-Coyote Valley, the actions taken by San Jose in Coyote Valley are critical to an integrated, coordinated approach to this landscape scale protection that's needed in Coyote Valley. And further, the city has, of course, invested significantly in the protection of Coyote Valley over the past 3 years and should be building on that investment for the benefit of its residents. So for that reason, we support the prioritization of these land use conforming updates as soon as that's possible for the city of San Jose. The authority stands ready to partner with the city and other stakeholders to help achieve the goals of protection in Coyote Valley and appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak on the Measure T Public Oversight Board and their connection in working with the Coyote Valley issues. I hope my words can be relevant here. If you don't find them to be, maybe you can speak up about it and we can go from there. The Measure T Oversight Board is looking for a serious way to kind of readdress how their committee can function in a day in their public meeting space each few months they meet. They're looking for input and advice. I think we should offer it to them. Basically, they're looking for a more open democratic process and how to connect with community better. So I thought I would just mention that here. You know my feelings about the open public policy ideas and the technology ordinance ideas that could really help. I mean, it does a lot of different things, and one of those things that helps with is the concept of how to create just a better dialogue for community and a more democratic dialogue, and it gives those guidelines and instructions. So I thought I would mention that for the Measure T Commission public meeting work that's being asked for help with now at this time. Thank you.
Adam Buchbinder.
Hi, that's Bookbinder. Hi, I'm Adam Bookbinder. I'm calling to represent South Bay YIMBY in support of the spirit of Councilmember Jimenez's memo. We support San Jose's compliance with SB 330. We look forward to rezonings that lead to no net loss of capacity. Thank you.
Caller 5140.
It's another land grab. It's another land grab, and you guys don't get it. You guys you run that like a real estate office over there with Pam Foley at the head of it. She knows what to do. Sam, you're good at it too, I could tell you. I can't imagine the kickbacks you guys get for all this land use, that land grab, however you want to call it.
Mr. Sonsini,
really
would you like to speak on the item?
Yeah, I am. You guys are stealing land, man. You guys are using it to your advantage, and you know it. And you paint it with a rainbow flag, you people.
Mr. Sonsini,
you guys should be ashamed of
you have
yourself.
an opportunity to speak on this item.
There's no more speakers.
Okay, all right, back to council. There has been a motion. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're now on to the Joint City of San Jose and Financing Authority agenda. So we're going to call that agenda to order. There's one item on the agenda. We make sure way down. These are actions related to the City of San Jose Financing Authority's commercial paper program. And we have a commercial paper presentation on its way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Julia Cooper, Director of Finance. I have with me Nikolai Skarlov, who's the Deputy Director of Finance, and Lori Mitchell, the Director of Community Energy. So we have a very brief presentation. So before you today are amendments to the existing commercial paper program. It's a very well-established program. The City Council approved the program establishment back in 2004. It provides a low-cost, efficient way to finance projects that the city is considering. The current program has 2 letters of credit in place, one with State Street and one with U.S. Bank, each at backing $62.5 million of commercial paper notes. So the program mechanics, you're allowed to have commercial paper outstanding for up to 270 days, and then it rolls. It can be amortized up to 7 years pursuant to our council policy. Today, the borrowing rates are extremely efficient. The all-in cost for borrowing today is significantly below 1%. So we see it as a very cost-effective way to finance working capital and projects. So the proposed changes today are to replace State Street with a letter of credit just backed with U.S. Bank. State Street wanted to replace the LOC with a line of credit, and that didn't meet the needs of the city. And U.S. Bank was willing to extend the full $175 million to the city. So we decided to negotiate just with U.S. Bank with these changes, and they also agreed to reduce the commitment fee from 42 basis points to 38 basis points. So we'll be eliminating the Series 1 and Series 1T commercial paper notes and just have the ability to issue under the Series 2 notes. So the utilization of the city's commercial paper program today, we already have outstanding $91.3 million. So these are notes that have already been issued for the projects listed above. We have a little bit outstanding related to the Central Service Yard, the energy efficiency projects, some convention center exhibit hall space, flood improvements related to the flood back in 2017, the acquisition of the South Hall site, and additionally, we've issued $30 million for the clean energy program since you approved that authorization back in June. So we also have notes that are essentially available for projects but have not yet been issued. In January, you approved $23.4 million to be available for the Fire Department Training and Emergency Operations Center. And then also an additional up to $53.9 million will be available for clean energy after you approve this action today. And then there's also $6.4 million available for flood improvements. So at the conclusion of your approval today, there'll be $175 million available to be issued, and it's all been allocated. It's important to note if you add 30 plus 53.9, you'll say that's only 83.9. You authorized up to $95 million for clean energy. At about a month from now, we'll be bringing forward to the City Council approval of lease revenue bonds for the fire training facility, and that will release about 19.2 million of the 23.4 million, so that then we'll then have the full 95 million available for clean energy if they should need it, and an additional amount of money available for other projects. So also additionally, more capacity is likely to become available when we bring forward sometime hopefully in 2022, a refunding of the convention center debt that's outstanding that we hope will be developed a structure that will allow us to pay off the commercial paper notes associated with the South Hall site with that project coming forward. So there's a number of amended documents before you today, and those are listed here. So finally, the recommendation is for the City Council and the Authority Board both to adopt resolutions that amend the letter of credit and reimbursement agreement, increase the not to exceed authorization amount to $175 million, extend the expiration date to March of 2025, and authorize staff to do additional extensions of the letter of credit if necessary, if the fee remains below 1%. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Julia. All right, let's go to the public. Tony? This is on item 1, actions related to the City of San Jose Financing Authority Commercial Paper Program. We hope that all the comments will be directed on this item.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ricardo, for repeating the topic. And when you feel that somebody is not on topic, I think you should repeat the topic as you have succinctly, and then let them continue. So that would be helpful. And so on the mortgage paper, you know, it was interesting to hear the low interest rate. And the thing that I have been saying basically what we all need to be talking about is our climate crisis. And so when we're funding things in regards to taking loans that have to do with resiliency, which I hear that you're doing with your dealing with our electricity and our fire, we also have to look at that we're not putting money into buying land for growing food. And that's what needs to happen. We need to be putting that into our resiliency plan. Even in the Measure T, as I looked at it, it was saying that, for emergency preparedness. And as we saw with what happened with the Race Street, where there was a gas leak, our community center was over at Baskin, 3-4 miles away. So we don't have the resiliency in our community. And it comes from community centers as well as, growing food. That we need to be really putting our money where our mouth is in regard, literally, to be putting land for agricultural use. And that's what, I'm saying in regards to resiliency, is that is what we need to really be putting our money towards. And of course, I want, in my community, there's land available for resiliency, is the 615. And so how it can become a grow food learn center, which is what Valerie Middlebrook is working on to develop throughout our city. And she says that we could grow here enough food to feed us all, which I think is an amazing thing. And we need to stay focused on that to develop the.
Brian.
I'd just like to say thank you for the financing company you ladies and gentlemen that do the financing, because I could never understand this. I would run our city into the ground in about a half a minute. So these are very complicated issues, but as I've read it and stuff, I have to admit that what you're doing makes a lot of sense. What the the other presenter said was actually very good too about the food. But I just wanted to say thank you. I think the financial teams often don't get enough understanding, but you're the lifeblood of the city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Have a nice day.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I have just a few sentences that I feel can be very relevant to continue my words about the SJCE at this time. The point of my words yesterday was only to make clear that the SJCE is currently locked into state and federal funding plans into 2023 that can leave ourselves compromised and vulnerable towards better renewable energy practices, procurement, and outreach and subsidy help for our local community, for our own local community. And that we simply have to be aware and on top of this as community persons in San Jose for the next few years. Good luck in our community energy issues. We're in a bit of a stuck position. You're doing some awesome, amazing work at the state level to address things. We have to really be on top of how we practice community energy at the local level. It is a community effort, and we need all the community involved in this effort now. Thank you.
Paul Soto.
I hope it's not an environmental issue to get away from using paper. That is what I'm hoping for. But with respect to the policies and investment of where the city's money is going, I would suggest that some of those companies, and I brought this up like months ago, that some of these companies be researched. Because I don't want city money, my money. Every time I open my pocket, I'm paying city or state taxes, and whenever I buy something, that money is going towards companies that reinvest in, say, for instance, the prison industry, that there's an ethical framework by which the investment of these monies that you're talking about with respect to this policy, that those monies are done in an ethical way. Are we supporting certain conglomerates that are supporting other conglomerates that are supporting placing immigrants inside of cages? Are we doing that? Do we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that these monies are being invested in companies that are legitimate? In the sense that they're legitimate, in the sense that they are not investing in these types of venues. I think that we have you not only have a legislative responsibility, but you also have a fiduciary responsibility to the public to ensure that the monies that we are investing and whatever are divesting, that we have a responsibility to ensure that those monies are going into places that are in alignment with the ethical and moral responsibilities that we have to our constituencies. The fact that I have to even ask for that is cause for concern for me. That's all I got to say.
Caller 5140.
Bottom line, reduce the taxes on the utilities. You guys make more money off the utilities than the utility does. The money, you guys have all the money in the world with the taxation and the fees on on everything. It's unbelievable. You guys are a terrible city council. You guys proved it this last weekend that you are, and every other week before. You guys need to get your act together and run this city correctly. Paul is 100% correct. Actually, it's true. You are the most irresponsible group of people I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't imagine how you manage your own personal affairs. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay, back to council. All right, are there any questions from the council or comments? I just had one question just about commercial paper, the way it works. I understand that the banks have the option to not renew at the expiration period when 2025, whatever that might be, but given the volatility that may exist out there with the pandemic and everything else, the banks also have the ability to simply say at the expiration of this 270 days that you can't roll over?
No, what happens is that the Barclays is the dealer, so they sell the commercial paper notes to a particular investor. And so then the investor buys the commercial paper for that particular duration. So
Right.
generally, we've been writing commercial paper for 90 days. And then it matures at the end of the 90 days, for example. Then Barclays can ask that investor, do you want to repurchase those notes at whatever the prevailing interest rate is, or they can go find another investor to buy the notes. So there's not a lot of commercial paper in the market right now, so they're pretty marketable. That's why we're seeing such low interest rates. So, and the U.S. Bank is providing us the letter of credit, which stands behind the commercial
Right.
paper notes for maturity date till March of 2025.
And that's really where I was going, was with the letter of credit. Can a bank decide, hey, I'm going to reduce the extent to which we're providing a letter of credit?
No, they have a commitment to provide that
they have a
letter of
commitment.
credit till 2025.
Okay, there's no unilateral ability. Okay, I just recall back in the Great Recession, we had some challenges with some banks pulling back, but I'm guessing that was the expiration of the credit term.
Yeah, they could, when it came time for it to expire, they could decide that they didn't want to renew or renew it at a higher rate. We also, the fee that we're paying, the 38 basis points, is based on our current rating. If our rating were to decline, then the fee that we would pay to the bank would go up. So
Right.
that's how the bank's protected in some way in terms of being compensated if our rating were to decline.
Thanks, Joey. Thanks to everybody on the finance team for your great work and nimble work in this time. Okay, any other comments or questions? Let's vote. Oh, no, we need a motion first.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion from the Vice Mayor. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. We are now at item 3.1, which is report of the city manager. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right. Item 3.3 are actions related to purchase orders for concrete removal and replacement services. There is no presentation. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Or
Second.
is there public comment on this one, Tony?
Yes. Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tessa Woodman C commenting on, I guess I watched my little timer. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Pinch out for a minute. You get it? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, you hear me? Good. All right, so basically, I was talking about cement. Thank you. And cement is a real big problem with our climate crisis. Cement is, if cement was a country, it would be the third largest producer of CO2 emissions, which are heat trapping gases, our greenhouse gases, behind the country of China, all of the China emissions, and all of the United States emissions, second. And then the third would be cement, because it's the cooking of the limestone that puts off CO2. And then, of course, the actual heating, whatever heating materials, usually we're using whatever coal, oil, gas to heat it. And so we really have to go to zero cement use. And, that is adding, because it's part of our need to go to zero in CO2 emissions now. I mean, as we're seeing with the fires raging and the hurricanes being stronger than ever, and losing Tahoe. I mean, if that isn't enough to move us to change, we have to start changing. And that means much smaller buildings. It might mean smaller buildings, or we have to realize the limitations. They said in the building of the building in San Francisco, they used like 18 hours of cement pouring is what it took for one of these tall buildings. I forget the name exactly. And so this is what we're dealing with. And we have to change.
transformational change is what the science says we need to go forward. And so cement is part of the equation because of its great input and to our greenhouse gases. And so that's the comment about it, that we have to stop. And we don't need tall office buildings. We need to be building our basic needs: housing, food.
Paul Soto.
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. What I'd like to state is that it's hypocritical. It is at the height of hypocrisy for this city to lecture me with regard to building, and we need to go green, and we need to go environmentally consciousness, but yet you are giving every single authority for Gary Dillabo, for Eric Hayden, for Urban Catalyst, for Jeff Arriaga, for Jay Paul. You're giving authority for all of these men to use concrete. I mean, am I really the one that only sees this, or is there really a depth of hypocrisy going on here? That's really the question. And I already know the answer, but I asked the question rhetorically because I already know what the answer is. Ricardo knows this for a fact. You never ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. This is a basic premise of prosecutorial approach. Okay, so with that in mind, why are you even asking this as a question? Because you already know the answer. It's getting sickening, okay? And I'm gonna be calling everybody out on this. So District 5, District 7, count on it. Because I can't wait till the later items of this discussion comes up, because concrete is at the center of greenhouse gases. Listen to what Tessa's saying. It's correct. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Boy, this is a group effort on this one. Tessa was bringing this stuff up like a few weeks ago, and I got myself thinking, and here it is on our agenda now, and I hope we are working towards better concepts of how to address concrete in our future. To quickly mention, excuse me really quickly here, a few years ago, we were starting to really talk about repavement issues and the importance of repaving our streets in San Jose. It really lacked, there was a lot of important good new technology out there towards green sustainability. And those ideas were like barely talked about, and it would kind of hurt. I was expecting in all our innovation wonders that we could be talking about those things then. You didn't make it public. You got to start learning to make that stuff public and what can be those good things. And we're waiting. We want to hear good green sustainability ideas, and just that to be regular good conversation and not secretive government need to know basis kind of stuff. The more we share this stuff, the more everybody has a better understanding of life in our society, and we grow and we do good things together. It shouldn't be this secretive, one at a time basis. Try to look for those ways we can always work to do that, those sort of things. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just real quickly wanted to highlight that one of the companies that won an award was Durham Construction Group, and they're a minority-owned local small business here in San Jose, and they spend their dollars in San Jose, they hire locally. So I just wanted to highlight Durham Construction as a success story for our efforts to get business and contracts to small and minority businesses. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor. Just on that, related to that topic, Durham was the low bidder with all factors considered. I don't know if anyone is here from Public Works or DOT to be able to respond. Perhaps not. But I guess I'll just say what the question is, and maybe somebody in the city manager's office will know, and we can talk offline. But we've got multiple successful bids here. And I guess my question is, if you're the lowest bidder, at least do you get the first the first opportunity, or is everybody put back in the same pot when it comes time to actually assign work?
Wondering if Jennifer, can you help with that? I do know that in many instances they will rotate the awards, but Jennifer, do you have
I'm
any
happy to
information?
take it offline. I mean, I'll support this in either case.
Okay, we'll follow up with you.
Okay, that'd be great. All right, thank you. Let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 3.5 is the amendment to the hotspot agreement with AT&T for connected devices. And we do have a presentation. Welcome, Jill and Ann.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jill Bourne, City Librarian, and I'm here with Ann Grabowski, and we are here representing both the library today and the Digital Equity Priority Team for the city. We are here to request approval for the third amendment to the AT&T Hotspot Agreement. You may recall that the first agreement was approved by City Council in mid-2020 to fund 11,000 hotspots for students engaged in distance learning and for members of the public to check out through the library and our community partners. Two prior amendments first increased the number of hotspots to respond to school demand at that time, and second accounted for a price and fee adjustment with a net neutral cost impact. There we go. The proposed third amendment would authorize the city to order up to $4.6 million worth of devices and data plans for the next year, utilizing funding that has already been allocated from the American Rescue Plan Act in the current year budget, and new amount of funding from the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which will be described more in a moment. The new agreement reflects a reduced monthly cost of connectivity per device. It allows an up to amount of 45,000 lines of service, but only 16,360 lines of service are requested at this time. The amendment sets price limits for devices that may be purchased and recognizes the Emergency Connectivity Fund as a possible source of funding for student or youth hotspots and computing devices if awarded. It does not obligate the city to expend these funds even if awarded. Staff would return to council if a significant award is not received. So before we talk about the plan for the current academic and fiscal year, we want to make sure to provide context for this action. Hotspot and device distribution is just one element in an overall digital equity strategy. Other elements included digital literacy programming and adoptions through both the city departments and the Digital Inclusion Fund partners and grantees. The community Wi-Fi network installation in partnership with Access Eastside and the Eastside Union High School District, and Wi-Fi improvements at libraries and community centers, both inside and external. This year, one of our key goals is to update the 2017 study of digital inclusion needs in San Jose that has been the basis of much of the city's work since that time. Specifically, we want the ability to map data regarding unconnected and underconnected households, understand the impacts of the city's efforts so far, and identify the areas for future prioritization. Lastly, we'll continue to work with our telecommunications providers and partners on developing longer-term solutions that work for our communities. And now I'll hand it over to Ann.
Thank you, Jill. In 2020, the vast majority of our hotspots were distributed through schools to families that were unconnected to the internet and underconnected, meaning that they didn't have the bandwidth they needed to participate in bandwidth-heavy distance learning softwares. With the change in the pandemic and the shift back to in-person learning, we have an opportunity to shift our distribution methods to maximize access to all residents. In 2021, the focus of schools is supporting unconnected households and ensuring that homework, parent engagement, and other learning activities can be completed at home. Library staff sees an opportunity to recoup the devices that have been distributed to schools, redistribute those through the library, unlocking a barrier to access for those students who may not have received a device through their school but are still in need. This action, funded by an anticipated ECF award, will fund the creation of a youth hotspot program, as well as fund a collection of youth Chromebooks, in addition to increasing access to our general library hotspots. The planned distribution of these devices through our library branches will be based on our equity data and COVID impact data, with neighborhoods showing lower internet access or lower access to a computer at home, and higher COVID impact receiving a larger allocation of these hotspots and computing devices. The full distribution plan will be considered by NSC in the coming weeks. The American Rescue Plan authorized the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which allows schools and libraries to apply to receive 100% of the cost to operate hotspots and computers used for learning activities this year, only this fiscal year. The library worked with AT&T to submit an application for the ECF in early August. The application window was only 45 days long and occurred over the summer. We anticipate that award to be made in September, but a timeline for award has not yet been announced. This funding, if awarded, will fund virtually all of the youth hotspots and Chromebooks included in this plan, vastly lowering the city's cost for managing the hotspot and computing program this year. Because the award is pending, we are not obligated to purchase those devices, and we will return to council if the award comes in lower than we anticipate. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the great work and timely work over the last year and a half, ensuring that so many of our children have access to this critical learning bridge. Tony, we have members of the community?
Yeah, Jeffrey Buchanan.
Members of council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. But just like to thank the staff for their continued work on closing the digital divide. Certainly, these investments and continuing to renew the city's leveraging federal dollars to ensure that students have access to hotspots and data plans, continues to be an enormous need. Would certainly encourage the council and staff to continue thinking about infrastructure-based approaches to longer-term solving these needs. I think we're seeing now that this current emergency is lasting longer than we at first anticipated, and we're starting to see fruitful responses to the efforts that have been made in the Eastside Union High School District, or with some of our partner organizations like SCOE. I myself am a trustee on the Luther Burbank School Board, where in partnership with the Office of Education, we've begun building a CBRS network to be able to, over the long term, to connect our students to Wi-Fi moving forward. So just to say, hopefully we continue to meet this immediate need and look to the longer term structural solutions as we go forward. Appreciate all the work that's been done to date. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I wanted to give my thanks to, was it Rules and Open Government last week, where Councilperson Arenas talked much about the future of hotspot issues and items, and these issues are not being better brought to council meetings and more specifically to committee meetings. And she made a real interesting point about how this service, I mean, it's a very needed service. We need to talk about it more openly and let it breathe, basically, and for the good it can do, and not be afraid to share that. Councilperson Perales seconded her motion, her ideas, and Yeah, and so we're starting a more open public process for the future of mobile hotspots. Thank you. It's the stuff we need to learn how to practice and do well. Yeah, I guess you know my ideas about open public policy and the importance of that, and how this really can be a time to learn how to walk arm in arm and hand in hand towards a future bridging the digital divide. And that is not just the technology itself, it's so important, but it's the open public policies and community sharing and efforts, making it a whole community process. That we're not just being railroaded with all this new technology, but we're making it a community process. That's the key. And that's happiness. That's sustainability. So I hope we can work well in this stuff. A final reminder about sustainability issues. Are hotspots used in times of emergency? Because we really need to address the future of emergency communication for the everyday public to have some of the same sort of systems as BARIC systems. I don't know if it works off of that, but I hope that we can address that sort of issue in the future openly. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansee, thank you. Well, our democracy, our educational system is actually based on making strong democratic participants. And that is the foundation of our education system. That's why we have a free educational system, is that we'll be educated to participate in our democracy and be able to make educated choices. And so, yes, and every step we take at this point, because we are in the abyss of our climate crisis, and we don't have a budget anymore. So we have to, everything that here we're going to be putting a lot of money into buying more technology materials. And so what this has to be, these materials have to be used to connect us to our democracy. And so that is where the virtualization of our democracy must keep going on. And so that these tools that will engage the student, that we have to solve more than one issue with everything we do, because we are running out of time, we're running out of resources and everything like that. So by providing, technology to all our students, we also need to provide them the ability to easily participate in our democracy. And that's where, we have to keep the virtualization of our meetings continuously going. That is critical to that. And even with our schools, the fact that our children are now being highly impacted with COVID from going back to school. And so we're sacrificing them to say, well, it's more, we keep telling everybody, the story is that it was so bad for them to be home. It truly wasn't. That when the mother was home, in the house, working at home, and there was so much improvement in the quality of the family life, just having her work at home. So we need to have increase the working at home and increase the school learning as a resiliency that we can learn from home. And then when you have the mother there, it really improves to have her working at home as well.
Paul Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would advise everybody to go to the meeting that Councilwoman Arenas was the chair of. It was 11/20/20. 11/20/20. Now, in that meeting, it was stated explicitly, 89% of the 3,500 people that graduate from the East Side are not proficient in math. At the same time, 56% of those 3,500 people that graduate from the East Side every year are not proficient in English. Are you serious? I mean, I'm one of those idiots that reviews all of the council meetings so that when I come here, I know what I'm talking about. That I don't come here half-cocked. That I don't come here with any political agenda. That I come here with trying to center justice and the equality that we, as Chicanos, shouldn't have to ask for. That we actually have coming from our elected officials. While Councilman Perales is busy gentrifying the area in his district, Councilwoman Arenas is doing every single thing that she can to center equity with respect to public policy. Okay, and I support that 100%. Fact is, we're getting some pushback because there are other council members, District 5, District 7, that work 100% against that policy. Now, this is from a citizen's point of view. You may not agree with this, but this is what I see. And I'm using the statistics backed up by council meetings that are conducted where Councilwoman Arenas is the chair. So until we get to that point.
Caller 5140.
Okay, you can guess where there's not a hotspot is where I pay $165 a month to have internet, cable, and telephone with all those nice San Jose taxes on there. Oh, I hope everyone gets their retirement home from them. I hope they have their health care for the rest of their life because of the taxes that I pay on my utility. That's a pile of crap, okay? You need to get hotspots and people with full internet access that pay nothing. How about the people who pay the money and pay the taxes and pay the extra fees so people can get their internet at a discounted price of $10 a month or whatever it is? If you can't pay $10 a month to have the internet at your house, you should pack it up and move I don't know where, okay? Because what we're paying for is terrible. We have the internet here through AT&T is awful. I can't imagine. I bet the people who get it for free get a better deal, not just in price, but in quality. So for me, I don't care about the hotspots at the library. You know what I care about? Books on the shelf. Every time I want a book, they got to order it out of San Francisco or Palo Alto or other library systems. Put some books on the shelf. You know what? Books are just as good as having internet access. And just because you have internet access doesn't mean it's going to make you smarter in school either. And if you can't afford $10 a month or $20 a month for the internet, man, I don't know. I can't help you. But matter of fact, I already have. My taxes and everything else should be helping everybody. But you know what? With this city council, too much is never enough. I want everybody who's listening, look at your utility bills, look at your internet bill, look at your cell phone bill, and look at what taxes the city of San Jose, not just you can look at all of them, but look at what this snooty little city council likes to tag you for.
Catherine Hedges.
I don't know where the previous caller got the idea that the sales tax payable to the city or local fees are going directly into the money the council can use. And I'm insulted that he's saying that people who can't afford internet because they're trying to raise a family in an incredibly expensive place to live that still won't pay them enough to live on. If all these people leave the area that he thinks should leave the area, good luck having, nurses at the hospital and teachers and firefighters, let alone people making coffee and making food at restaurants and bagging groceries. I'm tired of hearing that only people with a certain amount of money can be allowed to live here and everybody else is not really people. I'm so sick of this. It needs to stop.
Back to council.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Jill and Ann for all the work that they've been doing to bring us to this point. Not only are we getting a really great deal with AT&T, reduced price, but we're also, and a grant to help fund it, which is wonderful. But we've also, your team has also gotten us community Wi-Fi services in areas that are very much needed. And so I look forward to seeing how this evolves. I do have some questions because one of the things that I know that was important to council members and to our mayor was that we didn't want to duplicate services or products that maybe other entities would be funding. So I wonder if you have had a discussion with Santa Clara County Office of Education to identify which districts are going to drop their digital programs, their hotspots, or their devices. I know that that's one of the concerns that you raised, and this is a response to that concern. It's one of the questions that I've been thinking about.
Thank you, Council Member. We've been working with the Santa Clara County Office of Education to understand kind of the lay of the land, where districts are falling, what questions they have, what the gap in devices is, what the need is, and what's unfunded. We've also been working with each individual local education agency, public schools and charter schools that are a part of this program, to understand individually if they are continuing their own contracts, if they have applied for emergency connectivity fund money themselves, and what they believe the outstanding need is. And that's how we got to the figures that we have put together in our plan, is a more localized understanding of the need by school district. And that will also inform what our distribution plan is more granularly, is to ensure that the neighborhoods surrounding those schools that may have fewer hotspot contracts on site have devices available to them in the community. It is a very localized approach, and it is evolving as school districts learn more from their student populations. Right. So we're continuing to have almost daily 15-minute Zoom check-ins with those staffs to make sure that we're staying on top of it. But we do believe that the figure provided to you in the recommendation is an unduplicated amount of lines of service for support.
Great. I really appreciate that. Just personally, I'd love to see what my district looks like, right? If you have those numbers already, and I don't have to go and ask, it would be great to see what those needs have been. I've previously had spoken to one of the superintendents in my district, well, two of the superintendents in my district, specifically about this, about digital inclusion and the need of our families. One of the districts, which is not the district that we typically think of in terms of families with unmet needs, said, you know, we still need a lot of support and training for our families. They're just not digitally literate, savvy just yet, right? I'm making some assumptions about a lot of families, and maybe their expertise or their level of comfort has grown, but that may not be true, all just across the spectrum here. There's still a lot of families and parents who have 2 jobs or maybe even 3 at this point, and may not have the time or the resources to do that. So I'd love to see how we can really dig in a little deeper with some of our districts and use like our CETF funding to help also respond to some of those needs. Of course, I think there's some districts that are already being very responsive and have funding on their own, and I think are doing a really good job. But if there's one thing I know about our community that's hard to reach, it's that they really appreciate in-person teaching. And I know that's difficult to do. I was wondering if this is something that you had been thinking about, or our grantees had been thinking about doing some in-person training.
I'll start and then you can talk. Yeah, thank you for the question. So as you know, over the past year, one of the things that we did in addition to working with the schools was we worked with more than 60 other community-based organizations to try to reach into households and specifically help families and parents learn to use the tools that we're being provided access to, and found that it continues to be a challenge. So at some time we were restricted to online training, and we did have a lot of folks interested. But this next year we'll be able to expand both through the CETF, the Digital Inclusion Fund grants, and also the city's programs to do more in-person work. But I think that that challenge of continuing to find ways to get parents to engage either through the schools or through other programs remains the challenge that we need to keep addressing and trying to find ways to reach into the community and get them interested.
Yeah, I would love to see how we can cross that need with something that we already do, which is classes at our community centers, and that we could include, you know, a very basic, how to turn this on and how to maneuver that. You know, if it gets too advanced, if it gets really advanced, I may enroll myself in some of those classes. But for the beginners, I think if we do that at our community centers or even at some of the schools when after school, when, you know, parents are picking up their kids and it's a 5 to 15-minute training, I think it would be really wonderful, even if it isn't on their own phone, if that's the only access that they have. The other question, going back to the needs of the districts, the other thing that I was wondering is, do they have to physically return some of those hotspots and the devices, those districts that are ending their programs?
They are being asked to return them, and they have been happy to, as their offices are full of devices that they're not using. They're happy to bring those back into us, so that most of them are going through an inventory process right now, so that we can receive those in an orderly fashion and efficiently redistribute those to the community. We are only asking that of districts who are not continuing the program.
Okay, and so it is. I hear myself in an echo. It's good auto-tune. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to point anybody out. My voice was sounding really good, and that's not typical. I was going to break into song. Of course, you know, one of the things that I've always pursued is the equitable distribution of our devices, and I know that you also are in line with this. We had a discussion on Friday that I really appreciated. I wanted to make sure, just to remind you, and I know that you made note of this, is to create a reserve for those school districts that are, you know, perpetually in need of devices or haven't responded to just yet, because, like we know, those districts are probably underwater at this moment and just trying to, you know, keep themselves afloat. So I would like to see that reserve and maybe hear about it in NSC. And then as well as some type of campaign to advertise our community Wi-Fi program to those that are in that neighborhood. I know we talked about this before, but what I'm afraid of is that the school's decision to end the hotspots might also end the connection to many services for our families, right? And they may not know that there's this other program within the library that they can check out hotspots or devices. And so I wonder if there's something that as in terms of a transition, that we could ask some of these school districts to give notice to some of those parents, hand you know, a half sheet, a little, this is where you can find these other alternatives. You may have priority if you say that you came from blah, 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 blah. And I think that would help encourage those parents to, you know, checking something out like that at a library sounds very complicated at this point, right? It might have been easier pre-pandemic. So I'm just hoping that these are some of the things that we can take into account as we are serving our most hard to reach communities. And you know that those communities are perpetually left out if we don't make the intentional effort. Is that something that you have been working with CETF or within your own library unit?
Yes, absolutely. As you know, the library manages the School City Collaborative, and so we've, both through our regular engagement with our LEA partners currently on the hotspot program, have continued to distribute information to them that way. We will continue to distribute information through the School City Collaborative, that distribution method goes through to superintendents and assistant superintendents. And included in last year's, or in this current year's adopted budget, is an allocation for a communications and outreach strategy and initiative. So we are currently working with a contractor to build that larger scale communications and outreach initiative, and continue to work with CETF. So hopefully on multiple levels, multiple times a day even, these families that are in need will have access to the information of how they can go about getting a device.
Wonderful. my time is up, and I'll make a motion to accept the report and include, hopefully at NSC, I think in September, you all come back, to include a breakdown of those districts and their needs, and those that have ended their programming, and those that have returned some of those hotspots. I'd love to see the equitable distribution of all of those, the devices and the hotspots, to where we need it most. I'm not saying that, you know, our families who are in need are not living throughout the whole city. That is absolutely true. We just know that there's a concentrated community in certain parts. So, you know, it's not a part of excluding anybody, but, you know, the folks who typically really need these services are not going to be the first ones in line. So creating that reserve is really important. So that's my motion.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Arenas. Councilmember Spartan?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody for their hard work on this. When the former school board members and the mayor brought this up last year, you know, we were so focused on getting this going. Here now we're presented with sort of this next phase, right, which just means an increased level of coordination. And so I think, you know, last year we were sort of in a state of emergency, and I think that breakdown would be helpful because we just do need that level of coordination. I am looking forward to NSE, and hopefully that information can be shared to all the council members, because I think we're all deeply invested in this by now, and trying to understand those linkages, I think will help. I'll just speak for myself. It'll help me kind of see what other things I could advocate for, how the city can support other efforts even more. And I do think we need the conversation at NSE. You know, I think folks have heard me say this, like, in responding to COVID, we've had to balance moving quickly with doing the right thing, right? And so I think here we are a year and a half later, or a year later from this initial effort, and I think this warrants taking that extra step to ensure that we are looking at that. And I would like to thank Councilmember Arenas for bringing up Evergreen School District. I have a little portion of Evergreen as well. And you know what's interesting is they've had one school closure in my district area, and so their families in a very, very high need in West Evergreen have been moved to another school. And so if you look at it on a map, that other school, it's not in a high need area, but it serves a community where a school has been shut, essentially, right? And so there are all these nuances, and I'm sure I'm not the only district that has to deal with some of these nuances to ensure that we don't leave folks like that behind. And so I just wanted to mention that, and I'm looking forward to having that conversation at NSE. We know that the requests for devices haven't in the past always matched where the need is, and so I do think we need to take that extra step. So I'm very, very happy to support what's in front of us now today. I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm actually going to take a moment out to say that, you know, last year I think we were all shocked by the photo of some children in Salinas who had to sit outside to get Wi-Fi to do their schoolwork, and it says a lot about the city of San Jose that we stepped up at a time when a lot of folks weren't, and we knew this was an issue. We knew this was critical for our children and families, and we took this step. And so growing this effort is enormously important. Thank you.
Councilmember Khan?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank Jill and Ann and everybody on your staff for continuing to focus on this important work. As many of you know, last year and the year before, well, last year particularly during the pandemic, as a school board member, I was part of that Digital Equity Coalition to help try to bring focus on the East Side and getting more devices and access to students on the in East San Jose. And I'm glad that the city, in partnership with the East Side, has stepped up and we're getting more access on that side of the city. And as part of what Councilmember Arenas put forward in her motion, we need to consider not just their focus on devices, but how that fits in with the, the Wi-Fi, community Wi-Fi, and that's part of access, right? So as people may need less hotspot access because they now have access to Wi-Fi in other ways. So that sort of needs to be looked at as an overall picture. But we shouldn't, we should be discussing with all those districts, how their students are faring and how, what kind of access they have. But this isn't, obviously, we also shouldn't lose sight of the fact this isn't just about students, but about other people who need access to devices and hotspots as adults looking for jobs, people who use it for, other, as we've talked about before, they need it for looking for, getting vaccines and testing and all the things people do as adults, and financial information. So we're providing, as a city, not just students, but a lot of people for access. And I was impressed by the library statistics I saw for the usage of these devices. The fact that 97% of these devices are checked out at any one time. In fact, in one case, 100% were checked out at any one time. Tells me that this is important to get moving on the purchase, because we shouldn't ever have somebody come into our library and find out that they can't check out a device or a hotspot when they need it. We should be always having access at all of our branches for people who need these devices, and make sure there's an inventory, right? So this is one of the reasons why what you're doing is important, not just for the schools, but for our community. And again, this isn't just about in-person learning, because whether in-person or at-home learning, right now all students in school are using these devices even for in-person learning, right? It's expected now that access to technology is necessary when they go home, even from in-person learning. They're doing this, using it for homework. They need access. So learning has changed, and many of our schools have now gone to one-to-one devices, and they're providing it for their students, but some schools still are expecting students to have their own. So we need to understand different needs of different school districts. But it is important to point out some schools have, because of funding models, have stepped up and have provided that one-to-one, but some districts still have been unable to do so. And so it may be that different districts have different needs, and it won't necessarily be the districts that we think have those needs. And I talked a lot over the years about the funding of schools in Santa Clara County, and what people don't know, for example, is that the two lowest funded districts in Santa Clara County are Cupertino School District and Berryessa School District. It's an interesting thing. We can talk about why that's true, but those are the two districts with the least amount of money in Santa Clara County. And so often they actually have fewer resources than some of the districts that we always talk about having higher needs. And so there are pockets in those districts with very high need students, very high need families, and fewer resources in those districts to help them. And in fact, in Cupertino School District, the part of the district in San Jose has very high need students. The part of Berryessa School District in the south part that serves Allen Rock students has very high need students. So we can't always, and it's similar to what Councilmember Esparza said about Evergreen, there are certain parts of every district that have high need students. So I appreciate that we're talking to all of our districts and finding out where our students of need are. So this is an issue that we should be talking to all our districts about, and making sure that we're addressing the needs that they have in various pockets of San Jose. So anyway, thank you, and I'm very happy to support this action.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. As one of the other longtime school board members on this dais, there's several of us, and I think we're all, whether we're former school board members or not, we're very passionate about making sure that our kids have access to the technology and education, tools that they need. I want to first thank you, Jill and Ann, for your presentation and for your dogged research and efforts to make sure that we have these hotspots and devices throughout the city. It's so important to our kids. And as other council colleagues have said before already today, a year ago, or a little over a year ago, we were thrown into a pandemic and our kids were sent home to learn from home, and they had no tools to do it, or the majority of our kids had no tools. So I appreciate your efforts, and I'm so glad that this city council has worked so hard to put digital inclusion and the funding of these hotspots and devices at the forefront. It's about equity, it's about access, it's about making sure that our children are prepared to then graduate from high school, go on to college, and then pursue the careers that they want to help us in our later lives. So I truly appreciate the efforts of the library. I know this is a big lift for the library, and you do so much over there. I did have a question for you about the study that you're planning to do, and I'm excited to see an updated study. But what will be the scope of the study? How will you be including seniors in your study and those who with accessibility issues? How will the study be conducted? How large will the scope be? When do you plan to roll it out? Maybe you could give me some more information about that.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. We're currently in discussion for what the full scope of the study should be right now, so that is in development, and we're happy to take feedback. But the preliminary thinking is that this study may scale to countywide based on some partnerships some partners that have been interested in a countywide data set, as well as our interest in a San Jose specific data set. That we would have an infrastructure layer, we would understand the infrastructure and mapping issues that are currently being discussed at the FCC. We would do a dive into policy issues and funding issues related to the infrastructure package and the regulations around what can be funded and what can't be funded. But the majority of the study would actually focus in on specific populations, like you mentioned, students, seniors, at-risk population, homeless population, chronically ill population, so on and so forth. And we would be very interested in feedback from any of you that are interested on which populations we need to ensure are in the scope of that study. We will have regular updates coming through various council committees, specifically Smart Cities, and probably a spring NSE update. And we expect to be able to bring that study forward probably sometime in the late spring, closer to budget season.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. It sounds like you're making it as broad as possible to collect the necessary data. I look forward to the study and the results, and then where that may take us from here. I'm so excited that we are continuing on with this. There is a desperate need around the city, and in some districts greater than others, but I would say that all districts have a particular need. So I'm glad we're reaching out. As Councilmember Cohen said, the districts that you think may be the wealthiest are not necessarily and don't have access for various reasons. And so are we looking at all of the Title I schools, or how are we just connecting with the superintendents to see what their plans are? Because many are using their own funds through their budget process to fill in with the hotspots and the devices.
Yes, in most cases, last year when we started this work, we started with the superintendents, but have built relationships with their teams. And so each superintendent has identified leads either at the district level and also at the school site level. So we're working with folks at all those different levels at each school as well as the district. It is an interesting and important point that we really are relying on our school partners to identify households to circulate a hotspot to through the school program. And that is a reason that we started to last year when we saw a demand, and we're proposing to expand a collection of hotspots available to students through the city, because we did have families coming to us who were not distributed one through their school, but still wanted one and had a need. So that is part of that plan. It's part of maybe that reserve concept as well, that we will have a larger collection through the city to fill in any gaps from the school distribution.
Great, thank you. And finally, just to echo what Councilmember Cohen said, even though our students are back in school, and that's wonderful that they're in person, doing some in-person learning now, but there still is a desperate need for technology as they use their devices at school, then they bring their devices home and need access there, not to mention seniors and others who still need access to avoid isolation and things like that. So thank you so much for your efforts in your report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco is online.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my council colleagues have covered most of my own personal feelings about this as well. As you know, our district was disconnected for many, many months before they could get back online and reconnect with their educational experience. And so I'm very grateful for the work that staff has done. Uh, so huge shout out, because I know that a lot of this is very technical and we have to make sure all our T's are crossed and our I's dotted. And there's a lot of collaboration and coordination. And of course, you know, some of this started in its infant form when I was on the school board of Eastside Union High School District. And it started because we saw that there was a huge need to have a state-of-the-art and most modernized devices, and knew that it was very difficult for the east side to be connected that way. So I'm very grateful at that time for the voters' choice to give our kiddos that opportunity, an opportunity that many of them don't have, unlike in some other areas. And so now, fast forward to the crises that we're having with COVID. It's not just a public health crisis, but we start to uncover and see much more clear than ever the disparities that have been growing in some of our most underinvested communities. And I'm glad that we were able to use these funds in order to close that gap, or at least attempt to close the gap. Other than that, you know, I just wanted to express my gratitude, and also just let you know that in my conversations with some of the families that I've had an opportunity to speak with, and the students, this has been truly a godsend. So I want to thank also the current council for your faith in our children, and for really seeing what disparities can translate into real life moments, and really the desire to close that gap. So I want to thank everyone who has been a part of this, including the council, for their efforts to move this forward. And of course, it's been stated before, it's not just the east side, but you have pockets of families where they're living that don't have access. So to be able to really try and figure out how we address that, even in the wealthiest of neighborhoods, I really appreciate it. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to echo all the thanks for all the great work to get us here. I just had two quick questions. One was, I know we're working on really trying to assess, not on this set of projects, but on the community Wi-Fi, how well those signals are really getting to the kids' homes. And I'm guessing that at some point we're going to probably face some decision or thinking about whether we want to start making investments in boosters and other things. I'm just wondering when you expect that information to come to us in a time when we can start to think about those decisions.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have an update scheduled to come to the October Smart Cities Committee. That will be a preliminary update of the data aggregation tools that are being built. So I would anticipate mid-winter, early spring to really have an understanding of the scope and scale. That will also be along the same time frame that we're building out digital inclusion community Wi-Fi and SJ311 as a customer service tool. So I would anticipate early spring we would have some more information on that, but we also do have a current budget allocation of $500,000 to begin work immediately in those areas where we see a definite and immediate need.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ann. And appreciate that we have some resources, and appreciate that we're using them. Seems like there's so much state and federal money potentially out there. I'm hopeful we can sort of get to that place and time to be able to really take advantage of all that money. And the second question, you know, I asked this question before, and I know I got puzzled looks a few months ago, so feel free just to give me a puzzled look and tell me to ask another time. About a year and a half ago, a senior member of the city team was exploring a bit of a moonshot idea around seeing if we could actually contract with one of the telecoms around a family group plan. Only the family plan would include a family of a few thousand. And we could have a single payer be in the city or the school district and sort of leverage all the small cell did anything go, did that go anywhere? Did we have any progress with that idea?
I would just say also, one of the points that we made about this year is one of our goals is to explore all sorts of options that are more sustainable for connectivity for families through our telco partnerships. But I'll let Ann answer about that specific one.
We did ask that question specifically to our telecommunications partners. I think conveniently for our partners, information was released from the federal government about funding that was going to be available for hotspot and connectivity programs. And so their focus on a commercial level really went to augmenting and reducing the costs for individual access of hotspots. And we were basically told no, but instead that they would be reducing the cost for regular data plans. It's something that's in our back pocket to continue to revisit if and when the kind of commercial landscape makes that an amenable option.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for reminding me about the community Wi-Fi. I had forgotten to bring that up, and since there's a presentation coming to Smart Cities, if that could be, if the maker of the motion could take a friendly amendment to include that to NSE, so that we're aware. I'll give you an example. We can talk more at the committee level, but for YB, like you can get it on one side of the street, but on the closer side of the street, you can't get the signal. And so I just think that conversation is probably long overdue, and part of that connecting that we need to talk about, because there are families who are probably closer to YB that are probably having to rely on hotspots than families who are farther away who are able to get the signal. So if you would
accept it.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is amended. Anything further? Let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Boy, Tony, you're getting good at this. We're rolling. Here we go. Item 5.1, the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, also known as TEFRA, with respect to the proposed issuance of one or more issues of Series B subordinated commercial paper notes, i.e. at the airport. John Aiken's been patiently sitting here, and I have a script I'm supposed to read, I think. I just need to fetch my script, so I'm going to try to do that so I don't mess this up. Henry, I probably misplaced whatever script you gave me. See if I got it here somewhere in my...
It was on your on the dais with the other documents I gave you.
I might have eaten it. I was hungry. There it is. All right, that's good.
You got it?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, here it is. All right, the city of San Jose, California is proposing... Oh boy, okay, everybody get comfortable. It's going to be a little while. The city of San Jose, California is proposing to issue one or more separate issues of Series B subordinated commercial paper notes in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $600 million to, one, pay or reimburse all or a portion of cost to acquire, construct, equip, finance, reconstruct, develop, and modify the airport terminal and related facilities in or consistent with the airport master plan for the Norman Y. Mineta San Jose International Airport, or two, to refund prior issues of Series B subordinate commercial paper notes previously issued for such purpose. The notes are expected to be issued as tax-exempt facility bonds for airport facilities pursuant to Section 142A1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code requires that for the interest on such notes to be excluded from gross income for federal income tax purposes, the city must approve the issuance of the notes following a public hearing after reasonable public notice has been provided. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to a notice published on August 17, 2021 in the San Jose Post-Record, a newspaper of general circulation within the city of San Jose. The notes will be payable solely from and will be secured by a pledge of surplus revenues and certain other funds held or made available under a third amended and restated issuing and paying agent agreement as amended between the City of San Jose and U.S. Bank National Association as issuing and paying agent. The general fund of the City of San Jose is not liable, and the credit or taxing power of the City of San Jose is not pledged for the payment of the principal of or interest on the notes. This hearing is the opportunity for all interested persons to speak or submit written comments about the proposal to issue the notes and the nature or location of the improvements to be financed. And I imagine all interested persons to speak probably became uninterested after they had to hear all this. But would anyone like to submit any written comments? Tony?
I have no written comments.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak at this time? Tony?
I have 3 hands up on Zoom. Tessa Woodmansey.
Yes, hello, Tessa Woodmansey. Yes, hello. Yes, thank you, Tessa Woodmansey. Well, yes, the funding of our airport is what we're talking about, and whatever we're giving them millions of dollars. And I find it absolutely reprehensible that we should be doing that, especially when we are supposedly a city that has declared a climate emergency. So that is hypocrisy to do that when we know that the use of our airplanes are really for the rich. First of all, so if we're talking about equity, it is the rich that are using airports, and so that is an issue as well as the climate crisis that we're facing, and that we have to go to zero. But so basically, yeah, when I hear that we're giving whatever the hundreds of millions of dollars that are proposed to make them whole or whatever it is, when we're needing in our neighborhood is a resiliency program that we're trying to create, with the concurrency of voices of the need for sustainable agriculture and sustainable urban sustainability. That's what we're calling from, and we have to fight against the money that's going to be allocated to our airport. These are the problems. This is why we are in the climate crisis. And right now, what's happening over in Tahoe, a pyronimbus cloud is coming that's going to be putting out more lightning, and it's getting worse and worse, and we're still not changing. And what's happening from the hurricane in the many states that were impacted, with roads breaking, and just people 7 cars falling into the roads, and these are the tragedies that are happening, but we are responsible for it. And it's the decisions that our leaders, our so-called leaders, are making, that are supposed to be there to protect ourselves from harm, but they're not doing that in their allocation.
Paul Soto.
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. This item went through consent. An item with respect to the infrastructure regarding the airport went through the consent calendar yesterday. And Perales was like, yeah, just pass it through, just pass it through. No conversation about it. No kind of discussion about it. Just pass it through. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's getting comically offensive for the politicians to sit there and think that they're conning the public. I mean, when you look at the makeup, the racial makeup of all these people that are making these policies with respect to the airport, infrastructure, they're all white. Every single one of them is white. I'm sick of it. White is the problem. What came over here 1846, July 14th? Who was the one that put into policy the decapitations of Native Americans in this city? And it has everything to do with these airport policies, because what you're doing is you are allowing white people, rich white people, to determine the context in which I, a California registered Native Mission Indian, is living under. So it's like nothing has changed. And Perales is just like, come on, just come on into the city. He lied about the Horseshoe. I got 2 neighborhood associations already on dies. They already know about what you got planned for the Horseshoe, Perales. And it has to do with this airport, because the airport is going to try to build an infrastructure to allow BART and Caltrain to have some kind of conduit underground between Google and the airport. Now, this is just in the idea stage. It's not like policy, but that's where paralysis is going. Neighborhood.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I hope my words can be relevant to this item. I want to be able to talk about South Flow takeoff issues and the economics development around that. The South Flow issues of a few years ago for the takeoffs, it was not very interesting. It was so incredibly large and extravagant that it's kind of it's boxing out more practical ideas that, say, like the Airport Commission has been offering and has been trying to offer, and for people to understand. People like Councilperson Jones has been trying to take a mellow approach to this subject as well. You're using such grandiose, large models that are overambitious, is the term used by Councilperson Arenas, that it's boxing out, more simpler ideas and ideas how we can argue this in terms of the Airport Commission's good thinking. And so people like Paul Soto and myself can offer our humble ideas into that process. You're using such large examples that it excludes a more humble process. And you really have to reconsider how you practice South Flow issues. And I hope that's what's happening and what has been happening for a while now. I hope you're getting it together. We can't rearrange the whole airline industry and demand more jet fuel use. We can't end not flying to South America and Southeast Asia because, there's so many people here who are from those areas. So your thinking has to really change around the South Flow ideas, and you may have extravagant ideas, but don't be over.
Caller 5140.
Yeah, you guys have visions of grandeur for that airport with all this mass transit. It's not going to work. It didn't work with San Francisco. They tried to get BART to go there from Millbrae and all. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The connector to Caltrain to BART doesn't work. What you need to do is get buses that run to light rail, that run to Caltrain. It would be so much more efficient, but you guys think you're going to become Europe overnight. Look, you're still picking prunes in this town, okay? You guys haven't evolved at all down there at City Hall. Oh, wait, you built the Death Star. There's something nice, huh? Nice to look at. Anyway, I digress. But look, you guys need to have buses that go there versus all this underground stuff. It's not going to work. It's going to be super expensive. It's going to take forever. It's going to be a complete mess. And it's just not going to work. This city council is not prepared to do something that big. And I'm telling you, if you do the buses, it'll be way better. You'll be able to connect the people where they need to go. People can use Uber or buses, but all this underground stuff, and you're going to have the train go there. Is there going to be unicorns, alongside of these trains running like they're in what is it going to be? You're not going to be able to do it. You don't have the money, and you guys don't have the wherewithal, and you don't have any way of maintaining an infrastructure like that to the city, the county, the state, the federal government. There'll never be enough manpower that are skilled to do all this work. You can't try to work on a high-speed rail just between San Jose and San Francisco. Fail. It hasn't happened. And all of a sudden, you guys think you're going to be like Europe. You guys want to be like Europe. What you need to do is get some nuclear reactors.
Back to council.
Just as we were getting on topic. All right. John, just had a quick question for you in your role as Death Star director. Understand we're moving from 75 million capacity up to 600 million. So am I okay? Julia's shaking her head like I'm totally way off. Why are we seeing the number 600 million there? The 600 million was the maximum authorized amount. So okay. It's staying at 75.
And within the 75 million, there's about 20 to 25 million that's available for us. So that we're staying in that level of spending, that level of commitment.
Okay, I got it, because I was a little unclear. I saw the number of the header and then didn't match the 70. Okay, so then what, if anything, does this mean? Because I know we had big plans for construction in time when obviously we had a lot more traffic, although it's nice to see the rebound that we've seen so far, but obviously a lot of ways to go. What does this mean in terms of our construction schedule? Is any of this financing is anticipation of anything in that plan?
The continued LOC at 75 million allows us a little bit of room there with the 20-ish million to do a couple precursor projects now or in the near future. But phase 2 still isn't going to start for a few years.
Okay.
But leaving the authorization at the 600 million just gives us that flexibility when we come back to council and have conversations about where are we going, what do we need to do to get there.
Okay. You might do some utility relocation or something like that. Is that what you mean by preparatory?
Did
Or?
you have anything to add? No, you were right, John.
Okay. See, you were right, John. Okay, so you might do some, by preparatory, you mean like utility relocation, or are you meaning?
There's actually, our facilities division is in a bunch of trailers that have been there for about 30 years and falling apart. We're building them a new facility next to the new fire station.
Okay.
And so we're hoping to get that out this fall, this spring, something like that, and that would be used, that little bit of money that's left in the 75 million would be used for that kind of stuff. That's where things move so that we can build phase 2. Remember, it continues south, and there's stuff just in the way down there.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. Appreciate all that. All right. Now, the hearing is adjourned. I do that before we vote. Is that right? Okay, the hearing is now adjourned. The hearing is closed. We'll now consider Part B, which is to adopt a resolution approving, for purposes of Section 147F, the IRC, the issuance of Series B notes in an aggregate principal amount, together with certain other commercial paper notes not to exceed $600 million, to be issued from time to time to finance and refinance the facilities of the airport described in the notice of public hearing. Whew. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Crosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Licardo?
Aye. That was record time, yeah. Okay, we're on to item 8.1, which is allocation and community benefit payment from Google. And we do have a presentation here. So welcome, Jackie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Nancy Klein from Economic Development.
Welcome, Nancy.
Just wanted to provide, thank you. Just wanted to provide the council with a little bit of context for the item you're about to hear. In May 25th of 2021, Council approved the Google Downtown West mixed-use project. And as part of that, the overall community benefits amount that was associated with the project is roughly $200 million in community benefits. One component of the community benefits is $7.5 million that will come from Google early in the process. The first $3 million we have now in-house, and we are working to allocate those dollars. That's what's before you this evening. The remaining $4.5 million we anticipate will come to the city by late December, early January, and that we will come to you in November to ask you to review and allocate those dollars. In a supplemental memo that went to council also on May 25th, council's heard staff outlined how the dollars would be used. And the first $3 million is supposed to be allocated to community stabilization, anti-displacement, and focusing on increasing housing security for disadvantaged communities. So the action before you tonight is to appropriate these funds and allocate them in specific program types And the slide that you're looking at now reviews the staff recommendation, and Jackie Morales-Ferrand, our housing director, will walk through the further detail on the recommended action. Thank you.
Great. I'm Jackie Morales-Ferrand. I'm the Director of Housing. One of the most pressing needs is to support the thousands of individuals and families who have been impacted by COVID-19 and are in a vulnerable housing position, with the state's eviction moratorium ending on September 30th, 2021, although we know there are additional protections that will extend through next year. Collectively, between the state, the city, and the county, we have over $232 million in federal aid for rent relief funding. But people need to sign up, fill out an application correctly in order to access that resource. So accordingly, the first recommendation is to allocate $1.25 million to expand our response to better serve our residents. We're going to leverage our coordinated countywide response and use an existing contract to hire 5 additional navigators to take calls from outreach staff who are canvassing during the evenings and weekends to assist in completing applications through a warm handoff process. So to date, this canvassing team is referring approximately 50 households a day to people who need help with the applications. Between August 21st and August 30th, they have referred 218 households. These outreach teams have knocked on between 8,000 and 9,000 doors and have talked to 3,000 to 4,000 households a week. And they're providing information both on the vaccinations and on our rental relief program. What we found is that they just don't have enough time to actually help with the actual application. And so these 5 additional staff people would be helping with that process. Now, the numbers that I gave you cover both primarily East San Jose and South County. The outreach that they provide is 7 days a week, from 8 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. at night. And the 5 people we'll be hiring will be able to provide some additional support on those weekends and weeknights. So we anticipate that 200 applications will be completed, and although that's approximately how many referrals we're getting, what we hope is we can get through applications faster, ensuring that we can get more money out before the eviction moratorium ends. In addition to working with that contract, we're also going to be working with another nonprofit who's going to be working with application assistance and tenant protection outreach, which will be focused on the undocumented community in San Jose. We anticipate they will be able to serve 10 to 15 households per day per person. And again, this funding would pass through the county. Our second recommendation is to allocate $1 million of grants to nonprofit organizations to build capacity in community development. San Jose has many community-based organizations that provide critical services to residents, and we've been able to partner with them to help us to reach our most vulnerable residents. But what we don't have in San Jose is a network of organizations that are directly involved with neighborhood-based investments in affordable housing and in other community services. So those would be entities that are community-based development organizations, and those entities exist in other big cities across the United States. The mission of these types of organizations is to improve the physical, economic, or social environment of their geographic area of operation, with an emphasis on the needs of low and moderate income people. And so again, while we have fabulous affordable housing developers that are nationally known, they just come in and they build the housing and do not necessarily work within those neighborhoods, again, to connect that housing with economic development and economic growth. And so we want to see if we can help to create and nurture an entity like that in San Jose. The grant would go to several organizations to develop a business plan, receive training, conduct outreach, or other actions that would expand their capacity to be more active in community stabilization efforts. We understand to implement this program, we're going to need to establish partnerships with other organizations to bring this to fruition. If we are unable to develop the program, we will return to council by early next year with a new program to fund and essentially would reprogram this funding. The third recommendation is to advance the preservation pilot program described in the recently adopted Dearborn Affordable Housing Implementation Plan. The ultimate purpose of this pilot program will be to acquire properties with existing multifamily and duplex units in the neighborhood stabilization area. And the goal is to preserve these units and formalize their affordability for the long term. While the memo emphasized the use of funds for consultants, I wanted to clarify that the funds could also be used for technical assistance and grants to nonprofits, which might include a community land trust, who can assist the city in developing the program, and if a site is identified, we could use the funds to support the acquisition of the site and any work needed to stabilize the tenants. The fourth recommendation is for a land trust pre-development work in the amount of $250,000. This advances another strategy in the Dearborn Affordable Housing Implementation Plan. The purpose of this program is to fund an organization to study the community land trust model and other community ownership models that build wealth and increase housing security for people that cannot access individual home ownership due to high costs. And again, I wanted to clarify that in this category, we could also see the potential to provide technical assistance and capacity building to a land trust who's willing to operate in San Jose. Together, these four programs would supplement the city's anti-displacement and COVID response efforts, supporting both short and long-term community stabilization objectives. The Council's actions today allows us to distribute the funds consistent with the city's policies and processes. And so with that, we are open for and available for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jackie. And Nancy and everyone who's worked so hard to get us to this point. I will note that Google may not break ground. I don't think they're going to break ground for more than a year from now, and they've already made good on their very first, very significant commitment, and I'm grateful for that. Tony?
Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Silicon Valley Rising would like to certainly thank Nancy and Jackie and the rest of the city team for their work on this proposal, and really for presenting the opportunity to see this early payment. It was one of the, I think, most consequential amendments from seeing the draft development agreement to what the city finally agreed on, that we were able to fast forward this payment in light of the coming end of the state's eviction moratorium and the eviction protection and the possible eviction cliff that we're seeing facing members of our community here in San Jose. So to see a significant amount of resource be invested in the kind of canvassing and outreach to meet the needs of connecting those who are eligible for state rent relief, and unless they fill out and complete an application, won't be protected through the state's eviction protections at this point is really a kind of mission critical need. And so great to see prioritizing that investment, while also looking to the long-term needs of stabilizing our most in-need families, looking at investments in supporting the kind of structural approaches to preserving affordable housing. Certainly we've seen in communities across the country, whether it's Washington, D.C., Oakland, San Francisco, other places that have been able to develop this kind of capacity around community ownership efforts to support affordable housing and long-term affordability of housing. I think there's really an opportunity here in San Jose to lead on this, and appreciate the thought leadership coming from city staff and certainly from the Google team in recognizing this is a need, and hearing the community through the multi-year community engagement process, where this idea of community ownership and community land trusts were continually lifted up. So thank you so much. Hope the council supports this proposal.
Sandy Perry.
Hi, I'm Sandy Perry, and today I'm speaking on behalf of South Bay Community Land Trust. South Bay Community Land Trust seeks to create and expand community control of the land in order to provide permanent affordable housing to community residents as well as other community uses. By providing permanently affordable housing, homeownership, and equity sharing options, South Bay CLT aims to promote neighborhood stability and community involvement to preserve the quality of life for residents in Santa Clara County. Although, as the council members are aware, we never agreed with the Google development. Now that that development is moving forward, we strongly support the recommendations for allocation of these funds that were made today by Nancy Klein and Jackie Morales-Ferran. And we request that local organizations and emerging groups be included and eligible for preservation pilot and CLT development funding, as Ms. Morales-Ferran mentioned in her clarification. As we develop the land trust in alternative housing infrastructure in the city of San Jose, our local organizations and emerging community groups already working on CLT projects and alternative housing should be consulted to guide and implement housing development projects related to, but not limited to, the Diridon plan. We particularly support the first two recommendations, and in regard to the second recommendations, we support the clarifications that were offered by Jackie. The local organizations and emerging community groups already working on CLT projects, including the pilot project, should be eligible to receive at least a portion of the funding for these projects. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
Afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Want to echo some of the things that Jeff Buchanan and Sandy Perry have seen. We've got some emerging local groups already working on land trust issues, and what a worthy investment this is going to be from Google and the city. I think it's going to take many, many years to get to the place where land trusts are able to provide an additional source of stable housing, but it is an extremely worthy endeavor. And unfortunately, we might be a little bit behind some of our neighbors in the Bay Area. So it's really great to have this infusion of funds to try and play catch up and use this as a solution in the council's affordable housing and housing crisis work plan. So see this as a very, very crucial tool. And it's great that you're tapping into local organizations to help them build community. Knowing that housing and community development are inextricably intertwined, it is really, really great to see them both being raised here. So thank you so much to the council for considering this, for Google, Nancy, and Jackie for working together to put a plan like this together. Let Catalyze SV know if there are ways we can support this work going forward. Thanks.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tessa Woodmansey. Well, I'm glad to hear about all these programs that are about, our housing crisis and trying to address that. That's good, thank you. However, the real bottleneck of our city is our land use policies. And the land use policies that have destroyed our neighborhood and destroyed, so many of my time and effort is fighting a hotel. I've had to fight a hotel. And the reason I'm having to fight a hotel is because of the land use policies that didn't allow residential housing in my neighborhood. Even though when I bought our home, it was a bar, okay? Because I'm a stay-at-home mother, and we had one salary. And so we here, I call it the thorn side of the rose garden, bought this house that was actually, it was a bar originally. But the rezoning, the prior owner could not develop it into commercial because of the general plan. And the general plan for the west side of Stockton Avenue was residential. So they sold it to us, and we were conforming rezoning. And that's what happened in our neighborhood. And that's why you see Cinnabar Commons and Morrison Park on Stockton Avenue. Those were part of the original general plan for this neighborhood until it changed. Under Mayor Liccardo, as a council member at the time, and our Vision 2040, we started, everything was about economic gain for our city and for the strengthen the pockets of the city hall so they can support their airport and their big city hall building. And that's how it changed. And all their other fossil fuel adventures, you know. And so we started, everything was about economic gain, and it was the residents don't pay their fair share, and we have to get more corporations into this city and more retail. And we're, you know, as we go into our crises deeper and deeper, this has been a bad policy. And now we don't have residential development in our neighborhood, and that's wrong. That needs to change.
Robert Aguirre.
Yeah, Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to echo what Jeffrey, Sandy, and Alex had to say. We have a community land trust that exists here in San Jose for the purpose of keeping properties at very low rates so that people can afford to buy and live in them. And I think this is something that the city of San Jose has, I felt at least, has ignored to a certain extent. And I believe that we, besides needing recognition for what we are doing, what we're attempting to do, but also to make us eligible for receiving those funds so that we can further develop not only the CLT itself, but to be able to acquire properties so that we can keep people living in San Jose, that they can afford the cost of living in San Jose, and the majority of that cost is the cost of housing. And I certainly don't need to remind anyone here that that is becoming mostly ridiculous and has been for quite some time. The last report I read is that San Jose has the second highest rates for rentals in the country. And I think we need to do something to slow that down. And this is certainly one small step, but it's a step in the right direction. So I hope that this council will move on this, and also please recognize the South Bay Community Land Trust as a viable organization that can move forward with the plans that the city has of trying to preserve properties here in San Jose and keep them affordable for its current residents and future residents. So thank you for that. I'm done.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Hopefully I can spend this time just to offer some kind of thank yous around. It's nice to hear Sandy Perry again and talking that he's working on community land trust issues. It's nice to hear. A thank you to Jeffrey Buchanan, who has done an amazing job throughout this whole Google process in mediating. And he has just done a lot of work. And we're at a pretty good place and an interesting place. Things may not be fully agreeable, but you know, we're trying to offer dialogue. All sides are trying to offer dialogue at this time and negotiation. Thank you for being able to do that. You know, we at the end of May, a couple months ago, you know, we came to some decisions together as a community. And it was really interesting because it was, you know, it was hard fought, and we've all come to a place. Not everyone's agreeing, but it's good negotiation. And that was the same week as the VTA shootings, and it hurt as in so many ways when these sort of mass shootings happen, that I think we were starting to head towards something cohesive and knowledgeable as a community, for everyone to understand whatever it is we're working towards it. And it really hurt, the events of the VTA shooting happening that same week. This is nice to hear today. I hope we can continue those good efforts of just, you know, what can be progressive about this process in our future. So thank you for that. And a reminder of some of Jeffrey Buchanan's words from that May meeting. We have to really be considering the responsibilities of Google, and that they're a large national security part of our future. And we have to be responsible about that as a local community. So as we talk about great East Side issues and how they could be a part of this process.
Paul Soto.
I would like to remind everybody on this council, what side of town is Google talking about? The horseshoe. Exactly. My side of town. Okay, Jeffrey Buchanan, shut your mouth. Alex Shore, shut your mouth too, homeboy, because you ain't got nothing to say about this body. That deal that
Paul,
happened
you're
with
to direct all the comments to the council, not to other members of the public.
Caller 5140.
Land trust. This I got to see. More real estate from the real estate board there. San Jose City Council and the people speaking. You guys are loving all this, man. It's like trading baseball cards for you people. It's unbelievable. I can't wait to see what you do with all this land, especially when it's going to be combustion-free engines. I remember Sam talking about that a few years back, how they're going to phase out combustion engines. Who's going to be down there? I mean, this thing's going to be a folly, I can tell you, because retail is dead, people. Retail's gone. Amazon killed it. The office is so antiquated now. When are all these big companies going back? They're never going to go back to full capacity. So where's all this office use going to be for this land trust for people to have houses, to be able to go to jobs nearby? They're not going to be there. Who's going to use mass transit now because of COVID? I mean, light rail was suspended for 3 months. Nobody missed it, I can tell you. And too bad, really. Everybody tried to make that thing a go, but it'll die someday. You can't spend that much money on a failed system like that. And this Google West, I hope that they're able to maybe redo it in a better way due to COVID, because I don't see how it's going to make it with all the issues that it's going to have. And it would be really cool if they just completely built around the horseshoe, so we could preserve the horseshoe for people like Paul Soto. Just have one little section all built around it. It would be really cool. There'd be one fun little barrio among Google West. Once again, thanks to COVID, I think they're going to maybe redo things for the better. But who's going to want to take the train from San Jose to San Francisco? Even getting to Palo Alto, it takes forever. That train is terrible. I just see this.
Back to council.
Back to the council. Councilmember Mahan. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I didn't see. My bad. Your mic's off right now. Your mic is off.
Sorry.
There you go.
I'm a mess over here. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Want to also thank Nancy, Jackie, their teams, and everyone who's worked so hard on this agreement. I think it's really exciting, and personally love the focus on getting these rent relief dollars out the door. I think we agree this is probably the single biggest threat facing so many of our community members and a really acute need. So I think that makes a ton of sense. I also love the emphasis on trying to find innovative ways to expand ownership and equity in the very literal sense of owning a piece of the upside of development for more members of our community. I think that's a very powerful concept that more people in our community should benefit financially and otherwise when the city grows and we see investments. So I think that's really compelling. I had two questions, two places I just wanted to learn a little more. And one was on the community-based organizations, and this was something I don't know a ton about, but I was curious, and I think this is probably a question for Jackie, but tell me if I'm wrong. Are there some examples from other cities where I can better understand what the goal would be, and maybe more specifically with that first $1 million, what would be success? What would we hope to see that would indicate to us that we should keep going down that path?
Sure. So I would say what would be successful is if we could get additional nonprofits that had some stability and capacity to work on housing and economic development activities in their neighborhoods. And so after that period we're hoping we would be able to do something like a 3-year infusion of cash, and are also hoping we can leverage another partner to do something similar. And so after those 3 years, that we would actually have an organization that can sustain itself and can continue to focus on these initiatives. And we would envision that they would actively partner with a affordable housing developer to either bring new development into their neighborhoods or to advocate with those developers when they're coming into them in terms of the types and the qualities. When we have community space, what kind of community space to do that with, potentially to do some economic development work within their neighborhoods as well. And I can send you information about different community-based organizations that are like that. In Denver, where I'm from, actually all the affordable housing developers only worked within certain parts of their neighborhoods. Some of them did home ownership activities, so they did home ownership education. We passed through home ownership money to them so that they could actually do home ownership grants. They did home repair programs in their neighborhoods. Some of them did economic development activities. And, you know, the downside was, God forbid, another affordable housing provider try to develop housing in their neighborhoods. They got very cranky about that. But the point was, they cared about not only the housing, but they did something to connect the housing and economic opportunities and development that was very neighborhood based. So if they were developing, they recruited their community to get jobs in their developments. So they were very connected to their neighborhoods, and they saw the health and the economic vitality of their neighborhoods as central to their mission. And we don't have anything like that here.
Interesting. Thanks. Yeah, I look forward to learning more. So does that imply that these would be new organizations that would be started? Is that your thought at this point?
I don't think of it as being new, because I think of it as we have some existing nonprofits, and nurturing, you know, having them apply, because we'd like this to be a competitive process, and upon selection, that those organizations would be the ones that we would invest more money in and would help them with the business plan. And obviously it wouldn't be housing. That's why we have to partner with someone else, that's not our expertise. So we would have to find the expertise and develop that piece of it in order for this to be successful.
Okay, and then you mentioned sustainability. In other cities, how do they sustain themselves financially?
Well, many of them, again, had very diverse activities. So some of them did actual housing activities, and I don't envision we're going to transform any local nonprofit into being developers, and I don't necessarily think we need them to do that. But what we do need is community input in the developments that we're doing. And again, there are economic development activities that they could be more engaged in.
But is the vision that they would, in the long run, continue to be funded through this community benefit fund, or do we think that their activities might be revenue generating?
Either their activities become revenue generating, or they're able to create a business plan that allows them to access other traditional sources of nonprofit support in order to continue to do this work.
Got it. Okay. Great. Well, look forward to learning more about that model. It sounds really promising. And then on the second question, I guess I just had a question about preservation and whether or not for an area like this, so close to amazing transit and mixed-use walkable urban village, do you imagine biasing toward preserving units in denser developments? I ask because I could imagine it might be, I don't know if it would be easier or harder or not, but if it was easier to preserve lower density duplexes, for example, we may reduce in the long run the amount of housing in an area where I would think we would want a lot of it. Whereas we might preserve as much housing in denser multifamily apartments and preserve the ability to upzone and get more total units by biasing toward those multifamily apartments. Does that question make sense?
Yes, I understand your question. I think we need to be thoughtful about what types of units we purchase. And certainly we were thinking of purchasing units where we don't see redevelopment opportunity existing. But where we see what happens when you have these older buildings in areas where you do see redevelopment is that eventually those owners redevelop those units themselves and increase the rent as they try to capture a new range or even be competitive within the market as they're seeing escalating rents around them. So we would be really trying to capture those smaller developments where we don't see an opportunity to upzone or to redevelop into a larger scale apartment. Because of course that's what we're always trying to do. When the housing department, we're always trying to acquire a site where we can see a potential to redevelop and densify.
And in this case, you're saying you would focus on areas where you do not see that opportunity?
Correct, because in this one, because it's a preservation activity, we see it as an opportunity to maintain it, but to maintain it also to the benefit of the tenants that actually live there as well, so that they don't get displaced as part of this redevelopment that's occurring around them.
And I guess I'm just curious, what determines whether or not it has potential for redevelopment? So if you're looking, I guess I'm curious about the trade-off between preserving, you mentioned duplexes and multifamily. It would seem to me we'd be better off preserving units in multifamily developments to then allow us, or overall allow the market to then ultimately upzone and build on those lower density lots, just again, given the context of the area we're talking about here. But I'm trying to understand, why would those duplexes or whatever those might be not be candidates for redevelopment in the future?
Well, because the general planner doesn't allow for that
Just
densification.
based on zoning?
Correct. So it's based on the
Okay.
general plan not allowing for the densification. And this particular pilot really does emphasize the smaller buildings because we really are also trying to organize the tenants that live within those buildings to either have an opportunity to potentially have more say and control over the buildings in which they live in, or if it were to go into a community land trust, there could be an opportunity to create a ability to allow them to own a portion of the building. So it's really determined on the type of building that's acquired, what's the general plan, what's the zoning. That all determines what we can do with the building and the pressures to redevelopment that would be put on it.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I just wanted to add, Councilmember, and thank you, Jackie, there are sites in and around Iridon where the adjacencies matter, where you have some of the small sites Jackie was speaking to, and you're not going to redevelop historic homes. So there are sites that are becoming clearer that provide this opportunity, as Jackie's mentioning. And I just wanted to add one point that more and more, in combination between housing and economic development, we will be looking to infuse jobs associated with every affordable housing program that we can to make those linkages to ensure that strengthening job opportunities, workforce education, workforce training, and job pathways to the creation of affordable housing. So this gives us an opportunity to work together to do that.
Got it. Thanks, Nancy, and thanks, Jackie. Again, I'll just thank staff for all the great work on this. I love the focus of the proposal here, and also think we're just very fortunate to have such a large and profitable company that's willing to make this investment in our community and has already come forward with community benefit funds that are going to get deployed so soon. So I think this is very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other questions or comments? I just want to say, Jackie, thank you for taking all the time to answer all my questions. I appreciate that very much. I very much appreciate the importance of trying to seed the very community organizations you're talking about, whether it's existing nonprofits or new ones. I saw my own personal experience in grad school and working in Roxbury and Dorchester and Boston, very successful CDC models and community land trust, and I think this could be a great thing for our city. Is there a time when you'd be coming back to us to let us know kind of where the dollars are going and for what sort of purposes, like which organizations are getting the dollars and how they're actually using them to get to that end goal of becoming an organization that can be deeply engaged around economic development and housing in their communities?
Jackie had mentioned that there would be an evaluation after a certain period of time about our ability to get the dollars out. We may, hopefully that will be the case, or if we may come back if there was a reallocation requested. And as we know more information from RFPs and other work that we do, we certainly can share updates through an info memo. Jackie, would you suggest something different, or does that sound right to you?
No, we can always do that, which is to share the information as we move through the process.
Okay, great. And then on the 1.25 million that's going for outreach, and we know that's really critical. Does staff have the flexibility to be able to pivot if we're having a challenge in sort of expanding capacity around doing that outreach in a way that's timely? Because I understand we're very little time left, about 4 weeks. Does staff have the discretion here to be able to pivot and say, okay, there's probably not nonprofit capacity to do this work. It might be better simply to offer straight grants to families who aren't qualifying, or just provide direct aid?
So our conversations with the county today are indicated that once the council takes this action, their goal is to execute agreements by the end of this week with the nonprofits to ensure, and the nonprofits have already committed to having the staff ready. Once the contracts are executed, they will go. So if we aren't able to do that, then we can certainly reconsider, again, the use of those funds to something as you've suggested, and we would have to come back for that.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. I know this is, only in government do we talk about how we have to spend money quickly, but in this case, we have to spend money quickly because this is really critical to get to a lot of folks in need. So I know that's not always easy to do well, particularly when we're dealing with other organizations that we don't have any control over. So I look forward to continuing to discuss this. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to thank Housing for bringing back a thoughtful allocation plan. And it balances both the immediate and the future needs for our vulnerable residents. I also wanted to say that I think that the collaboration with the county and our nonprofits has been incredibly effective. And this collaboration has gotten more money out more quickly than a lot of other programs in the state. And so I did want to, has there been a motion? Did I miss that? You failed to do it? All right. Okay. All right. So I will make a motion to accept.
Second.
All right. He got the second in there. 8.1, and I did want to ask to have a report, and I know that moving quickly is of the essence. So if we could have a report come back through an info memo so that at least we could have that information about the number of residents reached and assisted by zip code, just as we have before. And I think on the outreach, attaching the number of residents reached by outreach method category is also important to add. So that would be an addition. We have already previously gotten the zip code. But adding that category, and I'll tell you that, and thank you, Jackie, for working with the county to make sure that that reporting is possible. And I'll tell you why. I mean, I think during this pandemic, we've learned how important outreach is. We as a community have depended actually on some of our smallest nonprofits. We've leaned on them the most. And so one of the things I'll tell you I have learned, not just from, I in my office have had to go door to door to get information about COVID out. We've also had to do a lot of creative stuff for the census. There's a lot that we had to do that involved that personal touch. And so I think that that would be really good information for us to get, not just for this rental assistance, which has been hugely successful, but to help inform us for other things in the future, to kind of teach us more of that. And then I also wanted to add, I'll explain what I'll add, and then I'll add it to the motion, which is thank you for including capacity building. I think certainly I and others have mentioned for the past year how important capacity building is, and that we have leaned on a lot of nonprofits, particularly small geographic-based nonprofits, to reach our hardest to reach communities. And they have been stretched incredibly thin during this pandemic. And it's actually, in particular, last year, it was one of the things that kept me awake, because I could see on all these different committees, and we sit on all these multiple committees, we get the COVID updates, and we hear the same names. And I know for a fact some of these are like a 5-person nonprofit, right? And that same name keeps popping up. And it's I think this is an important investment in the organizations that we need, and it's an acknowledgement that we need them. And so I'm hugely supportive. I did want to ask that the specifics of this process come to NSE, so that, and I think there's a need to be as transparent and open as possible. And one of the things I think the pandemic has taught us is that we have relied on things like the consortium, right? We rely on the big nonprofits to do things that smaller nonprofits can't do. But the fact is, we've also leaned a lot on these small nonprofits, and they've done a lot of work that they haven't been paid for, right? And so I think that process needs to be transparent. And so that's the motion, is to approve it, to have an info memo come out with the report, and to have the specifics of the selection process come to NSE. And I'll leave that to you as to when that comes to NSE. I know that there's the timeline for the RFP. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jackie, one I forgot to mention, I know we talked about offline, was just, do you have any sense about the metrics of what we're expecting in terms of outcomes, numbers of families, that households that the nonprofits are going to get signed up with the 1.25 million to get the rent relief?
Yes, so it's the 200 per week.
Okay.
And that would essentially increase our numbers, and it would be faster. So right now we have a bottleneck in terms of the number of people who are waiting to have completed applications actually get through the system. And we keep very detailed records regarding how fast we're able to process. So two things: 200 applications a week, and that they would be done complete, and we would get these 200 done faster than we would have had that not been with their assistance.
Okay, so that would be a net new of what, 800 applications in 4 weeks? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. And how do we see, I mean, I know we're only dealing with estimates because we can't possibly know exactly what the need is, but in terms of what we think the scope of the need is, how much further does that get us to satisfying the need? Do you have any sense?
I see Reagan here, and she has better grips of the numbers, and so I don't know if she can answer that question.
I can we can discuss offline if that would be better. I'm just.
Who has been conducting outreach earlier today, so.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Reagan.
Hi, good afternoon. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. So our goal is 4,700 applications by the end of September. So this will be an additional 400 on top of that. So a little over 5,000.
Okay. You said an additional 400, but
sorry,
Jackie
whatever
said
the math is. That
oh,
you all
800.
just did.
Okay.
200 a week
So
for the next 4 weeks. So
okay.
800.
Great. Got it. Okay, fantastic.
Was not a math major.
No, but Councilmember Perales was, and he wants to speak next. So, Councilmember Perales?
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's not about the math, though. I'm happy with the allocations and the work from staff. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm comfortable with this going to NSC. Just wanted to make sure it went to CED as well. I apologize to make you come to two committees, but that would be an interest of mine, and I imagine my colleagues wanted to have a bite at the apple at NSC. So, if that's comfortable with make a motion.
Yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion. Oh, Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge that I know that there are some organizations that didn't have the capacity to manage some of the funding that we had initially. And I know that you helped expand, I think it was Catholic Charities, and bring them into the fold. And I thought, they probably made a huge difference for many of our families. And so I don't know if you have any considerations in terms of any targets for CBOs that you would focus on for that capacity building?
It really depends if we're able to leverage another foundations to support and to leverage what we're doing. When I've talked to some of the nonprofits who've been able to go from kind of a weaker nonprofit to a more stabilized nonprofit, the feedback I've received is a 3-year commitment makes a difference to them because it's what really allows them the space and the energy to actually focus on the actual organization themselves. And so that's why we have to do a little bit of more legwork to see if we can entice anyone to join us in doing this work, and especially leveraging, as Council Member Esparza said, these nonprofits who have been working side by side over these last 15, 16 months with us. How can we really make a difference to kind of push them over the edge where they can really be a self-sustaining organization that has some of the stability that they just don't have right now?
Right.
So we're going to be trying to talk to some other foundations to see if we can get more support.
That's wonderful. I love that you're going to leverage resources that way. One of the things that was just coming up for me is I know that you are really in the community, and by the show of Reagan's T-shirt and out in our encampments, and so you have boots on the ground, and not every organization can do that, and not every small nonprofit can do that. There is a nonprofit that has a promotoras model that is very effective. And, this is just food for thought. I won't put it in the motion or anything, but it would be interesting to see, at the same time that you're building capacity for a nonprofit who has maybe a promotoras model, that you would build capacity to have them do outreach as well. I think that the city is doing much better in terms of connecting with our hardest to reach communities. But there's still a challenge there because there's so much time and investment that is required. And communities need to feel a sense of trust and confidence in people, and that just takes time and resources. So I would encourage you to take a look and see how those two things could intertwine or get married. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for all the work that you've been doing. I know it's never ending, and these last 15 months, I'm sure there's a lot of families who have been able to stay together and stay here in San Jose because of all the great work that you are all doing. So thank you.
Okay, any other questions? And thank you to Google for the $3 million. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Lucardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
For those of us unable to keep up, that was a unanimous vote. All right. 8.2 is authorization to negotiate and execute grant agreements and grant amendments for multiple homeless programs for the next fiscal year. There is a presentation.
There is, and actually, before I turn it over to Reagan, I just wanted to acknowledge both Reagan and Kelly for their amazing work over the past 15 months. A truly dedicated team who has been saving lives, opening up the shelters, and shutting them down, then going to encampments this morning to give out information. I'm just so proud of the work that we've been able to do, and both Kelly and Reagan have been tremendous in moving this initiative along. We could not have done it without their dedication and commitment to the work. So I'm going to turn it over to them to
Amen. Thank
share
you.
their thoughts.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Reagan Henninger, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm here with Kelly Hemphill, who's our Homeless Response Manager. We're here today with a number of homeless programs and services contracts for this fiscal year. These contracts before you today, most of them you have seen before. And these are contracts that are supported by either local funds or state funds. Our other homeless contracts you approved via our annual action plan that are funded with federal funds. Just as a reminder, we align our funding to implement the strategies in our community plan to end homelessness. So the contracts you'll see today align mostly with Strategy 2, which are housing-related programs, things like rapid rehousing, which is a time-limited rental subsidy. The contracts also align with Strategy 3, which are more emergency-based responses like shelters and basic needs and street outreach. So I'm going to turn it over to Kelly to walk you through the contracts today.
Good afternoon. I'm so used to saying good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Kelly Hemphill. I'm the Homelessness Response Manager with the Housing Department. So we are here today requesting approval for the Housing Director to negotiate and execute 16 programs in fiscal year 2021-22. We grouped the 16, there we are. We grouped the 16 programs into 3 buckets. The first bucket being hygiene and basic needs services, which falls under Strategy 3 of the Community Plan to End Homelessness. The 3 programs providing showers, laundry, and bus passes are actually amendments, as Reagan stated, to existing contracts and ones that the council has approved before. Of note, the contract for the shower program at Grace Baptist Shelter was last managed by PRNS. Housing will manage the contract moving forward. The second bucket falls under both Strategies 2 and 3 of the Community Plan. One of the homeless system support programs is an amendment and previously approved by Council. And 2 programs up there highlighted in brown are actually new. The first one, the Housing Department is proposing to support Home First with an upgraded high-quality camera and security system at the Bacardo Reception Center, which is actually the largest year-round homeless shelter in San Jose. And the second one is also new. Housing is proposing to support the County of Santa Clara to implement a year-round centralized shelter hotline, which demonstrated enormous success during the pandemic. As of yesterday, the county had received 21,289 calls since it launched in April 2020. The hotline will also offer individualized referrals beyond shelter, such as financial assistance and case management. Also of note up there is an allocation of new HAP funds for Housing Department staff to administer contracts and programs. The third bucket represents 84% of the $20 million in proposed programming. Housing opportunities, as you know, is a priority for the Housing Department and the city. It directly supports Strategy 2 of the Community Plan. All 9 of the proposed programs are amendments to current contracts, which means they have been previously approved by the City Council. Housing opportunities range from prevention to motel stays to rapid rehousing. Continuing the housing opportunities ranging from emergency shelter to interim housing to permanent housing. The funding for these 16 programs are from the state of California or local funds, such as Measure E, Housing Trust Fund, General Fund, or the Housing Authority Litigation Award. Federally funded programs come before City Council in the annual action plan. And I just wanted to point out that this is just a portion of the programs that are administered and overseen by my 5-person team. And also of note, 67% of the total funding proposed today is for programs that serve or target homeless families. And now we'll open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. Forgive me, were you about to continue? I didn't want to interrupt. Okay, great. Hey, just a very quick question to confirm. The hotline that we're supporting, is that the 408-278-6420 number? Okay, so that's, got it. Fantastic. And I completely echo what Jackie said. Thanks to both of you and your teams for the extraordinary work over the last year and a half. The department is always stretched, but it is stretched in new ways over the last year and a half with really remarkable life-saving results. Okay, let's go to the public.
Robert Aguirre.
Yeah, Robert Aguirre here. Again, I'd like to stress the idea that we want to have some sort of commission or something for the unhoused. I think we're making a lot of decisions for them and without them. And I think it's very important that we include them in this process, that they have an opportunity to be able to express their feelings and thoughts about it. For example, we're putting in the cameras at Home First, which I think is a great idea. But I think we also need to have a process by which people that either get abused or somehow attacked or something happens to them, that we can request this camera footage so that we can see exactly what happened. Because we do hear a lot of complaints about people that have things stolen from them or they themselves are personally attacked, and we need to have some way to get that verified, and so those people can get the justice that they so much deserve. Also, there's a lot of talk about housing and all this stuff, which I think is great. Don't get me wrong, but I also believe that there are far more people that are going to be left out in the cold than those that are going to get housed. And I think we also need to have some funding in there to be able to continue programs that are bringing dumpsters, porta potties, hand washing stations, and that sort of thing, including food, out to some of these larger encampments that we're quite aware of. And we need to stop the sweeps and this idea of cleaning up the airport area, the Spring Street or Columbus Park, whatever you want to call it, at that area until we can figure out where people can go, and especially the RVs, because I know what it's like to get evicted. We got evicted from the jungle, and many of the people had absolutely no place to go, and they just scattered throughout the city, and it made the problem even worse. And we're going to end up with that same sort of problem here. And I know that the city's been going around putting up signs about no parking or parking limited to certain hours or length of vehicle.
Catherine Hedges.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges, and I was packed in surge, and I don't know, well, I shouldn't say that, I don't know, I haven't insulted them, but I agree with everything Robert has said. It's great to talk about housing, but it's going to take years to get all the housing online, and we need to take care of our unhoused people so that they're not dying in the streets and being ripped off and constantly shoved around from neighborhood to neighborhood because, people don't like having people living on the street, and instead of trying to solve the problem, they just want someone else to get rid of it. And we should be ashamed of so many people treating other human beings as just something they clean up and get out of the area, and we should put them all in camp somewhere. Just all the horrible things I see as a moderator on Nextdoor. And Robert is absolutely right. We need to do better by our unhoused community because they're still part of our community. Some of them may not be the best neighbors, but you know what? I live in housing. I have some really terrible neighbors. I have friends who live in single family homes who have terrible neighbors too, who are single family homeowners. Treating people as less than human because they're unhoused is inhumane, and we should have a support network so people are not unhoused. We're one of the richest places on earth. It's a travesty that we don't have a way to support people when they can't support themselves. Thank you.
Paul Soto? Paul? Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Some good words from Catherine Hedges today. Thank you. And a hello to Jackie Morales-Ferrand. Good luck in our efforts that owners can really see the help subsidy plans can offer before the September 30th eviction moratorium may fall on some of our people, and that we can good luck in the efforts at the local level with these ideas at this time. I was going to offer that Scott Largent has also at a county public meeting a week or so ago offered a great idea that we have to be wary of tow truck companies for say for the area by the airport, the homeless area, encampment area, Columbus Park, I guess it's called. You know, we worked really hard to create these new tow truck policies, but I think we're going to have to really review them, and it can be a great part of how to, you know, decide the future of how do we plan for housing issues for the Columbus Park area. You know, Palo Alto has created some really good models of how, you know, people living in their cars and how that could be a humane practice, and that involves with tow truck companies. Learn to study those at this time. That can be a part of the process in planning. With 40 seconds, you know, I've been talking the importance of subsidy issues and that we got to really learn to be practical about that and be honest and open with each other. And we're fearful, you know, at this time, we got to be open about the process. A whole new set of housing subsidy plans is coming down for transitional housing that can give transitional housing, can change it into permanent housing with the help of the subsidy process. It's amazing work, and we have to be responsible about these practices. We can't just give this up to the real estate industry. We have to practice it well.
Caller 5140.
Will there ever be enough people to handle the unhoused community? Counselors, doctors, psychiatrists, drug and alcohol counselors, all the people to get them into the housing. Is there enough people? Is there enough space for all of this to be able to manage unhoused or homeless people? Is there enough money? All this money coming from every level of all four levels of government, federal, county, city, state. Is there ever, and private donations, you know, I mean, there's another level of people giving money. Is there ever going to be enough money when you're living in an area where a surgeon, an emergency surgeon who makes really great money cannot afford to buy a house here or near a hospital where he or she may have to perform surgeries, and just go down the line from there. I mean, a lot of these tech workers, it takes 2 fat tech worker salaries to buy what used to be a starter, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath starter home is now being coveted by these tech workers, and they're stretched. You're talking about property taxes on $1 million home of $10,000 to $12,000 a year. I mean, it's expensive, people. And how are you going to be able to legislate and build all this stuff when the homeless encampments keep getting bigger and bigger, the more you give away, it seems the more people show up. I mean, why not? They're destitute. There's always been a homeless problem in California since even the 1850s. You could date it all the way back. I mean, hobos were, what they used to call them back in the 1930s, quite common. When I was a kid, you used to see them riding the rails. That was like in the 70s and 80s. You see them hopping freight and doing all that.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Okay, thank you. Tessa Woodmansey. Well, I saw in the Rules Committee that there was $3 million of this Google. I know this isn't exactly what we're talking now, but the issue if we're really addressing homelessness, 3 million went to most probably these 5 jobs that they're creating for outreach, and so this is a problem. I think we really need to realign that money to really be solving the issues that we're trying to face, instead of giving 5 million, or what is it, 3 million to these jobs. And that who should really be looking at is we need to deputize the police to be walking and have them be the part of the caring network, and reaching out to the community, and so that they're doing things that work in both ways. So that's something to think about. And then the other thing that's very disturbing is what Scott Largent has said, where the water is not being distributed by the county. So that really needs to be looked at. And in addition, it's really the housing protocols of our city. Even we're having a homelessness problem, and that housing is so expensive and creating homelessness. And that we had even an opportunity to put affordable housing at that potential hotel site at 615 Stockton. And that got denied, even though our council member Deb Davis didn't understand it at all. It was denied because of our general plan. And and even one of my neighbors, Kay Goodnick, said, it was because of it's across from the heavy industry, the polluting. And instead of controlling the polluting and the noise, you're saying no housing there. And like Kay said, well, we're living here, we're experiencing it. And yet that's how our housing policy that would go for neighborhood commercial would allow affordable housing, but you denied it. So we really have to look at our general plan and how it's.
Robert Aguirre. Robert? What did he say?
He spoke already.
Oh, we're going to try Paul Soto again.
Hello. I was just denied access to city council. I was just denied. I just walked up there right now and I was denied by 5 cops. 5 cops went up there and denied me access because I want to speak on housing issues. And the housing issue that I want to speak on, and I've already contacted Chief Mata. Chief Mata already knows about this shit, and he's going to check your boys, Perales. He's going to check them right now. Believe that. Now, as far as housing, you don't understand. You have a crisis right now.
Okay, it looks like we lost him, so I'm going back to council.
Okay, returning to council. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about, well, first of all, I want to just say that thank you for pivoting for families, homeless families. When we saw that the safe parking wasn't exactly right for them, you all pivoted. And I wanted to just talk a little bit more about those motel vouchers for families. It seems like you were able to support 126 families, which is wonderful. That represents 159 children. That, for me, it says that there was 159 children who had stability and who were able to lay their heads on a pillow instead of reclining in a car. And so, to me, I just want to congratulate you for the work that you're doing. It seems like this is a strategy that's working for families. It seems like, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts about it. I know that there was, I think, 78% of those who are transition into permanent homes. What other strategy would you encourage aside from the motel vouchers, or is that the number one option for families?
I think for us, motels are the quickest way to get a family off of the street. They're often waiting for a bed in a shelter, and motels is easy access for us. And they're always willing to go, it seems. So that's the emergency strategy that we always go to. Of course, families are also a target population in our rapid rehousing, and our permanent housing, and our interim housing. So we always think of families in our strategies, but for motels, it's quick, and that is the way to go.
Yeah, I saw that there's also going to be a conversion of oh gosh, I think it's a plaza to permanent, to house people permanently, but it's supposed to be for 1 to 2 individuals. Is there, you're looking at me like, am I not correct?
It's the Sure Stay Hotel.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you. Now, I can still read micro expressions even though there's a mask covering most of your face. So thank you for that clarification. I just wonder, is there any hotel that you would think that could be in the queue in the future that would target families?
Yeah, I think there is more funding from the state with Project Home Key, where we'll be targeting hotels. And Rachel Vanderveen with the Housing Department is doing a lot of that work now, but one of our goals is to accommodate families, especially hotels that have kitchenettes, so that families can prepare their own meals, is something we know is extremely valuable to families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That all of that caretaking is part of learning, right? Just hands-on learning, as well as just caregiving is a practice that I think a lot of people maybe undervalue, but it reinforces that bond between parents and children. So thank you for thinking of that. I just want us to continue to explore. I love that you are all thinking about families all the time. I know that you include a lot of the information, and you reflect in your numbers, the numbers of children. And when I see those, it makes my heart just really light up, because that means that there's that many children who now have stability and less stress in their lives. And that translates into long-term just investments for those kiddos. And so anyways, I wanted to continue to advocate for our children and families, but I know that I don't have to with both of you. You are the choir. But I just want to make sure that when we think about outreach, when we think about programs, I'd love for you to continue to think about the ways that families are changing and their structures are changing as they're moving out of San Jose, or as they are maybe doubling or tripling up. I don't know what the trends are just yet in terms of, we've always seen overcrowding. When I was a community activity worker more than 20 years ago, there was people who said that they were paying for the hallway, and that's more than 20 years ago. So it isn't anything new. It's what families have been doing to just make ends meet. But I want us to continue to push that definition of what is appropriate housing. Even though there's a roof over their heads and they might be in the hallway, that's still not adequate housing. And what are the options for those families? And as you work with McKinney-Vento, and these kiddos that we continue to usher them into the many opportunities that you all have under your department. So anyways, those are the questions that I had. I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparta?
Thanks, Mayor. I had some questions. Likewise, I wanted to start off thanking you for the motels. Those were amazing numbers, and then seeing 78% exited, it looks like, to some type of housing or shelter is awesome. It's great to see that. And I wanted to kind of start with a thank you for motels to go into the funding for it. So this has been during COVID, and I had a question about sort of the funds that we've identified, which is like HEAP and HAP and hippity hop, I don't know what, but the HEAP and the HAP funds. Are those ongoing? Like, what do we expect in the future? Because I know that there's a lot going on at the state.
We are expecting around 3 and around 4, but this one is for round 2 of HAP. But we hope to get more state funding in the future.
Maybe I can offer
Please.
just a little more color as well. So I think we have an estimate with the $1 billion that are allocated this budget year and next year for big cities and counties. And Lee, correct me, or Reagan, I think it's at 29 million we think we're going to get. So that's assured for 2 years. And then after that, no commitment. We tried to get everybody aligned in Sacramento to see if they could make either an ongoing or a longer-term commitment. It wasn't in the cards. So that's what we have for now.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I know you've done a lot of advocacy on this. And anything else that we can do, I think, I want to say, like, with our city, but also our partnership with the county, like, we've been incredibly effective. One of the most effective places in the state. And so hopefully we can advocate for future funding, because these programs are important, and as we see, they're successful. I mean, these are numbers that a lot of other places don't see, and okay, well, that's something to work on to get more funding for that. I had another question about the hotline. This has been a topic. So I've worked in nonprofit for over 20 years. And so for over 20 years, this has been a topic of discussion in the nonprofit world on how to have a shelter hotline that is up to date and current. I know that we started the isolation and support hotline, and then the hotlines kind of moved and changed during COVID. How is this really going to work, and how can we ensure that it works? Because it's been tried before, and it is important.
I actually don't feel like we've, sorry, hold on, let me get my water, you start.
So I just want to make a distinction. This shelter hotline is separate from the isolation and quarantine hotline. This shelter was really started and seated in what we call the Joint Departmental Operations Center, which was a joint city and county effort during COVID to respond to homeless programs. And it was staffed by county disaster service workers. The county and city are jointly funding this program, and the idea is that it will transition to a nonprofit service provider. The process for having the most up-to-date information, right now it's rudimentary but working. So the county is the central collector every morning of what beds, shelters across the county, what beds you have open. And then that day we'll make referrals to those beds. The thought is that we will expand the hotline to provide other services, not just folks who want a shelter bed, but folks who might be able to, who we might be able to divert from shelter if they have, say, another place to stay, but maybe they need some one-time financial support or case management. For us, our countywide program is called Housing Problem Solving. So we do want to be able to do shelter diversion or housing problem solving from this hotline. And also access to other services. But I think we'll have to kind of gradually grow into some of those other services.
Just a quick interruption to note where we are. I'm going to put a hard stop on at 5:30.
Okay.
If we still want to discuss this item, we can do so after we return from a recess at 6. We have a to be heard at 6 item. I think you all know the citing policy, and so just so everyone's oriented.
Thanks. Kelly, did you want to add anything to that, or I just want to make sure that you have a chance
Oh, thank
to...
you, council member.
Okay.
No, the only other thing is that a lot of other jurisdictions use 211, and I think, just having a centralized, consistent response and just one place where people can get the multi-services and really individualized, it's just been it's missing from our city and our county. So this will really close that gap.
Great, thank you. And the benefit of that is it's 24 hours and multilingual, so yeah. So, well, I'm excited. I think it's a big deal because we really haven't had, we've tried a website, we've tried things in the past, but this is a big, big deal for our community. Lastly, I wanted to end with the Picardo Reception Center security upgrades, which is in District 7. It's the county's largest homeless shelter, and there have been security issues on site as well as in the surrounding issues, which some of the callers alerted to. And I'm hoping that this will help that. So I have a couple of questions related to that. One is, how did we end up footing the bill for this? Usually the county pays for all things related to Home First, so this is new for us. So I wanted to ask that question.
It's totally new for us. But we just felt like we wanted to invest in this. They had a security system from the 90s, and we just wanted to support the safety of all the shelter guests and the staff. Plus, our whole outreach team is located there, so we did have, we were connected. We did talk to the county about it, and it would have been a capital procurement process for them, and so it would have taken a lot longer, and we were just lucky enough to have very flexible funds through the Housing Trust Fund, so we just went ahead and took the lead.
So is this an actual instance where the city is faster than the county? Like, is that what I'm hearing? Okay. All right, that was a joke. People don't get upset. So the other thing is, so in 2020, the Picardo Reception Center had 824 calls for service. 490 of those are from fire department, 334 were from the police department. How are we coordinating, or how are they coordinating with the PD on this? How can the PD be included in the planning and discussion of the security system? And am I hearing a pledge to do that in the future?
This new system will allow for things like being able to turn over footage to the police department, whereas the last security system they just didn't have the capabilities to do that. They're covering cameras in a lot of blind spots. We're able to, there's voice activation. So there's a lot of new technology that they never really had before. So I think in the upcoming fiscal year, we'll be able to at least stop more unsafe incidents quickly and have longer footage that we will be able to go back and review even remotely. So there's just a lot of new things to this security and surveillance system that they just never had before. So it's exciting for them
Yeah,
be
no,
able-
thanks. I mean, I've been out there personally and had issues and seen issues, and I won't go into that here, but I do think that this involves a level of coordination with PD, so I'm happy to help coordinate that offline so that Home First can coordinate with the police department for that area, because there's a lot of coordination needed in terms of sharing information and all that kind of stuff, so I'm happy to do that offline. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank you. Apologize for having to pivot your head around, and I'm in the bad spot here in the corner. I want to thank you for everything that you do. It's very complicated work, and I know you put a lot of time and effort into trying to deal with all of the issues across the city, and obviously also coordinating with all of these different groups, nonprofits, to serve all of these unhoused residents. I want to also just echo what the others said about the motel placements. I think it's really important. We've seen it this week in the work that's been happening in District 4. We've gotten a lot of people placed in motels, and I think offering those motels has actually been a great thing, and it's gotten people to accept the service. And as was mentioned, the personalized outreach, talking to people one-on-one and figuring out what they need and getting them placed has been really helpful. So I'm glad that we're going to do more of that and be able to use that kind of model in other places. I just have a quick question. I know all these nonprofits do great work. What measure do we have as to if this is the best allocation of resources and how successful that spending is as we put these dollar amounts into these different organizations?
I'll start. So each of these contracts has metrics and outcomes. So we count the widgets, how many shelter nights, or how many nights in a motel, or how many case management sessions. But then we also count the outcome. So how many people are we moving to a permanent or more stable housing? So, Councilmember Arenas quoted the success rate of the motel voucher program. And that's across all of our contracts. It depends on the contract, on the outcomes, for example. So the hygiene and basic needs contract, the outcome might look a little different than, say, a housing service like a rapid rehousing or a shelter or a motel voucher. We report to the council on an annual basis with our homeless annual report what the outcomes of our homeless programs are, so that you can see what those outcomes are. Council asked for also a cost analysis, so we did that in our last year's report about kind of the cost per service for each of these programs.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And
I might just add that we work with the county and all the nonprofits to come up with county-wide performance benchmarks that we incorporate in all of our contracts. So we're measuring against the same performance outcomes across the board, which is really important. And then also our grants team is really diligent about tracking all the funds that are spent. So we are all reimbursement based, and so they review all the invoices and the receipts just to make sure that they're paying for what they said they were going to pay for and what was approved by us.
Okay.
Thanks, Kelly. I think the tracking, setting countywide benchmarks is something that I didn't add, but I think it's a really important point about we're able to measure city-funded contracts versus perhaps county-funded contracts and where the successes are and where we need to do better.
Great. Since we're on a timeline here, I'll leave it there, but thank you for that. Thanks.
Yeah, I would emphasize, we may have more questions, so we can't come back. It's just going to be later in the night. You all through, Councilmember? Okay, Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be really brief, and I'll echo the thanks from everyone and my enthusiasm for the motel program as well. Just a couple of quick process questions. So I appreciated from the descriptions, as you were just saying to Councilmember Cohen, how focused on measurement and outcomes. It's pretty clear from the program descriptions that that's an emphasis, and it's certainly something I care a lot about. I guess I was wondering, for the contracts that you would be extending or any new ones, do you typically try to competitively bid those at all? Is there I'm curious about how you measure relative cost effectiveness of different providers.
Yeah, council member, we do competitively bid, but over the last 18 months with COVID, we just don't have the bandwidth to do RFPs and bidding, but typically we do. And it's also required by our programs that are federally funded as well.
Okay, and since we're not doing that now and we're mostly just extending what are presumably highly effective service providers, do we have a plan in a year or two to actually rebid these and basically check in and have a competitive process?
Yeah, I would say in another year.
Okay.
You know, the department continues to be completely consumed with COVID-related items.
Yeah, no, understood, and I think we're all very grateful for how hard you all are working. And then just process-wise, this is a small point, but does it in any way undermine your ability to negotiate a good contract when we are sort of pre-approving here the award amounts? Are you seeing those as caps? I mean, how does that you mentioned you're going to be negotiating contract extensions, but it seems like we're here and now approving an award amount. So what does that actually mean?
I don't know if it necessarily impacts the negotiations. A lot of these have started in some form or fashion, and then there are rules or limits, you know, and HEAP or HAP, for example, on what you can spend on admin or what are allowable expenses. So I don't necessarily think it hinders the negotiation process.
Got it. So these are pretty constrained negotiations, it sounds like. The framework's already very much in place.
Yeah, a lot of it is like revisiting the scope of work, revisiting those metrics and outcomes.
Yeah, makes sense. I guess, I mean, we're not in normal times. In more normal times, I would think that, you know, you'd want to have that leverage to actually hold people accountable to metrics, and presumably we might double down on organizations that have proven themselves to be more effective. But I understand we're in a pretty unique context here with really limited resources. Okay, so then final question is just on the countywide shelter hotline, are other cities in the county participating in that cost sharing? And do we have a sense of kind of the rough ratios? Not that would be a reason for us to not invest, but just curious.
I don't think so, council member. I think it's pretty much the county and the city of San Jose. The large majority we have found over the past 18 months or so, the callers are from our city. But that's a good question.
Yeah, I just wonder, I mean, it's a countywide shelter hotline, and it just, you know, I'm relatively new here, but it seems like the city of San Jose carries more than its fair share of water on some of these really tough issues, and it just, I don't know if we have any leverage to try to get other cities, maybe to the west and north of us, to participate more, but I'd certainly be interested in that if there was a path for trying to exert a little persuasion.
I hear you, Councilmember. For some of the cities who are not San Jose, they don't get a direct allocation of, say, HEAP or HAP. They don't get a direct allocation from HUD and CDBG funds. Their money is actually funneled through the county.
Got it.
And so that's why you see the city-county joint funding.
Got it.
So they're funding on behalf of smaller cities.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Okay, that's helpful. Great, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
I'll be super quick. I just wanted to say that if indeed 211 is selected, 211 is supported by cities throughout the county. So just throwing that out there.
Good point. Couple quick questions. One is from the budget message that the council approved, and I can't remember if it was March or June. We had some money in there specifically to see if we could keep some public restrooms open at parks that we know where there would be significant numbers of unhoused people. And the idea was, I know, I had this conversation with Pastor Baines about what Life Moves had done in the East Bay at one site, and perhaps they might be helping to employ unhoused residents to keep it clean and safe and so forth. I don't see that reflected in this. Is that a separate subsequent contract, or?
Yeah, we'll bring that to council in a subsequent action. It's actually out to bid
Oh,
right now.
okay.
We've put it out with San Jose Bridge in a mega RFP that had San Jose Bridge,
Cool.
operations for a 4th emergency interim housing site, and this pilot restroom program.
Great. Look forward to that. And then finally, on the well deep in the report is like page 9 or 10, there's reference to the Plaza Hotel and that we're converting 9 of the units to office. And I know Plaza Hotel's been really a great resource for us. I'm just wondering why we're losing units there. Do you guys happen to know off the top?
We're converting, I believe, 4 or
Right.
5. And the reason being is in the past, the tenants of the plaza were also supported by their own case managers. And in the future, in this new redesign, the on-site staff will be pretty much their primary case management team. And so they needed more case management rooms and storage, and just the plaza is teeny tiny, and there's just no way. The property management team really takes up the office space downstairs, so they just wanted to convert some rooms to private office space so that they can have confidential client meetings.
Right. Okay. So it's pretty essential to the operation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Got it. Great. And I know, well, I'll take the other questions offline. We are now at 5:28. Are there any last questions or comments?
Mayor, I'm having some difficulty. Can I ask a question? I can't-
Sure.
My button's not working. I don't know if you did that purposely or.
Yeah, actually,
not,
we put you on block.
I actually had several questions. I emailed you a few questions right now, so you'll see it when you get back to your desk.
And Councilor Jimenez, I hope you don't mind. I may cut you off in a couple minutes. And then
Oh, no, I'm only going to go, well,
Okay.
I don't know how long my answer is going to be.
Yeah.
But I'm only going to go about 30 seconds, if that, or even shorter. So looking at the slides, I see obviously there's strategy 1, strategy 2, strategy 3. It seems to me strategy 3 is more geared towards hygiene and things of that nature. And really, I mean, I'll read it. It says improve quality of life for unsheltered individuals and create healthy neighborhoods for all. For me, that includes the neighborhoods we all represent, right? And so what I'm curious about is it seems like there's about 2.5-ish million spent on strategy 3, and there's about 16 million, almost 17 million spent on strategy 2. What I'm curious about is when we're deciding where to spend money, how do we decide which strategy we're going to put that into?
So the housing department prefers a strategy that's has an outcome where someone is stably housed. And so while we understand and advocate for the need for strategy 3 services, because people are living outside in some pretty horrendous conditions, and improving their lives is really important, but we also want to see them stably housed. And so I think as a department, but also as a system with our partners at the county, want to see programs that stably house people. And so that is why the funding reflects that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess it seems to me that much of what we're dealing with and what we see and what we get calls about on a daily basis may be more tied to strategy 3 type of things that people see, right? And so, yeah, I guess I just have some concerns about that.
I just want to remind you that this is not all encompassing of all of the department's homeless related programs. This doesn't include the federal funds. So CDBG
Correct.
and ESG that are also going to strategy 3 programs like
Okay.
street outreach, our SOAR program. you guys allocated American Rescue Plan dollars to fund the SOAR program, which is
Right.
an expanded
Yeah.
street outreach, basic needs.
And I realize it's
program.
just a slice of it, because there's the housing funding it's very confusing to me. There's a lot of different pots and a lot of different money. Would it be difficult for you all, maybe just an email to me, to the extent other folks are interested in just getting a sense as to, out of all the money the housing department gets, where sort of the allocation to strategy 2 and strategy 3? I'd be interested in seeing that. And I suspect there's going to be, and I don't use the word, I'm going to say I suspect there's a bias towards strategy 2, as you suggested. I'm not adding a lot of value to that word, but just, so I expect there's going to be more there, but I think it'd be of value to see where that money's being spent. But
Can we do that for you, council member, in our annual report?
remind me, when does that,
That typically comes before you in the winter.
okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can vote, and then we'll come back at 6. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez. Yes. Cohen. Carrasco. Aye. Davis. Yes. Esparza. Yes. Arenas. Yes. Foley. Aye. Mahan. Jones. Liccardo.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a recess until 6 o'clock.